what I'm streaming now.
What do we... do Omegle.
We're live. Omegle?
Omegle. It's like Omegle, but you have to mog.
That's so funny.
I think you'd do good.
That camera angle's ass.
Yeah.
Wait, are we live?
Yeah.
Guys, today we're gonna do some very important talks. I think this is did we announce this?
No.
Guys, today probably the three pillars of Alveus, Chandler,
We don't have three.
Connor, and Maya. We're gonna be talking about some very important topics in the future of Alveus.
What is our future?
Taking over the freaking world. But in a loving way, and making the world better for animals and for our environment.
So what Zoomer term would you use for that?
Wait, can I say? Wait, I'll mute really quick. Restate the. Can I hear the question again?
What is the Zoomer term that you're gonna use?
We're gonna mog corporate greed and bring the world back to Mother Nature.
Okay.
Right?
Alveus Sanctuary Global Mogging Corporate Greed Planning Meeting. Take one. Camera speeding.
Camera speeding. Is that what they say?
Yeah. They say camera speed.
They say camera speed.
They say camera 1 speed, camera 2 speed.
It's to sync up. It's like a production thing. You wouldn't get it.
It comes from. I think it comes from film because it like has to like be
Wind up.
yeah or something.
Mm-hmm. All right, what are we talking about today, guys?
No, legitimately, we're here to have a meeting, guys. It's time to put on your suits. It's we're here to have a meeting about the future of Alveus. As we plan this out, I'm working on this. I'm working on this funding proposal to bring to a couple events this month with some philanthropic folks, and part of developing that proposal is having a strategic plan. So this meeting is to develop a strategic plan. It's guys, unfortunately, I know it is gonna sound very business-ish. It's gonna sound very business. It's impossible to get around it sounding like that. So I will just be using a lot of, welcome to Business Maya and Business Connor.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, welcome. And Kayla will be here soon, and Chandler's here for some reason.
I actually have a background in corporate America, so.
Okay.
Oh wait, Kayla's coming?
Can I have some of that?
Please. I cannot drink all that.
She's addicted, bro.
Can I drink from it?
Yeah. Okay. Strategic development, yes.
And mods, can you change the title to We're having a meeting? Or Alveus Global Business Meeting is better.
Alveus Global.
Maybe? And please come join the meeting. You're late. Please go here. Oh, you can't jump up. Oh, I see. Well, Maverick is here as well, but. Here you go, Abby, come here. Come. This one. Bad news, Maverick is not getting it.
Hi. He's wanting to come hang out with me. Okay, so what, for the people that don't know, what the hell is Alveus Global?
Probably good to say business because the Discord ping made me think something bad happened. Wait, why? What's the ping? Whoops. Was the ping like, we have to talk? Or something, what was it?
Because we've had lots of serious sad meetings out here, I guess, maybe?
Maybe. Yeah, this is the announcement corner. Wait, sorry. What is it? What was the ping?
Oh.
Maya, Chandler, and Connor talking. Oh, that is scary. Okay. No. Okay. So where do you want to start? You want to start with global?
I mean, yeah. I would explain it to them, and then we can kind of get into like all the side branches that we're interested in and figure out the naming schemes, because if we want their input, which we do,
yeah,
we gotta explain the whole freaking thing, and I can kind of give the rough presentation.
Also, sorry, this is not going to be super entertaining, and I'm going to be really serious, but it's because I'm using like most of my brain. So
my brain is also.
Yeah, so the stream.
I'm not in a bad mood.
Right. It seems like we're pissed off, but we're not. We're just thinking really hard. So those are all the disclaimers. The context here is. You guys know what Alveus is, duh. You know what Ari is, duh. We're expanding into wolf work. We want to breed endangered wolves here for release in the wild. We want to put cameras on them in the wild so that viewers can follow their journeys into the wild and then care about
the biggest snake ever right here.
Really?
It's big and
Oh yeah, it is.
Take pictures. Go. He sees a snake.
Oh, he sees a snake? That's exciting.
Hello.
I brought my lunch.
Yay.
Welcome.
Kayla's here.
I don't know how to get you a mic. I mean, I guess I can just kind of.
It's okay. I'm gonna eat first. So.
Okay.
Okay. We haven't even started.
You want me to? Okay.
No. Okay. I'm still explaining. So we breed endangered wolves to release them in the wild. We put cameras on them in the wild so that you guys can follow their journeys into the wild, and then you care about those individual wolves and you care about the wild places that we return them to. That's the idea. But then I go to TED, right? And I talk to all these people. I talk to these people with philanthropic interests, and I talk to these investors, and they're like, well, think bigger. Like, what would you do with $10 million? What would you do, have you thought about being global? And my answer was no, I don't know. I had never really thought about that, because the only way we've done fundraising so far is crowdsource fundraising through you guys, which has been massively, massively successful. But we could do a lot more if we had some people come in that have philanthropic interest and a lot of money. And so now we're coming up with these ideas for like, could we be global? Could we go global, and what would that mean? And so our current leading idea is having, yes, we're doing wolves, but can we also have other programs like vultures, like snakes, endangered vultures, endangered snakes, breeding them, releasing them, and then also taking Alveus collabs into the wild, where it's like, if we release wolves, could we then do a 24-hour camping stream in that area to do research and monitoring and seeing those wolves? Can we bring collabs out to the wild and do all the production to parahawk with vultures, or to, do 24 hours surviving in the desert, or what? I don't know, whatever it may be. Not all stream too. Eventually, is it streamers and celebrities and athletes and
Sorry.
Oh, Chandler.
I was terrified to eat chips. They would just be all we can hear is.
Here, if you double tap, it'll mute. If you double tap that power button.
Hey, buddy.
Is it fixed now?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. What did I mess up?
It's probably gonna mute it because I got to tap back into the app. So.
Okay, we're back. We're good.
Does it sound better?
Okay. Kayla, can you talk?
Muted. Good now. Kayla, talk.
I was chewing.
You can talk with your mouth full.
No, I
That's
can't.
not
Oh my god, let her eat.
Yep.
Chat, can you hear me?
I don't like this one.
It looks like in the app that there were like 3 sources, so I think it'll be fine.
We good?
Boom.
I'm gonna put this over here for now.
Wait, am I late to the meeting?
Eating.
Barely. So the idea is how can we expand globally? What does that structure look like? What is the language that we use to describe that structure? What could it mean? And I think I'm getting one guide right now, but if there's anybody that's concerned about like Alveus getting bigger and like that being something that we shouldn't be aiming at. The point of Alveus is like, yes, we are a wildlife sanctuary and rescuing animals is always like at the core, and animal welfare and all of those things are at the core of what Alveus is, but Alveus is also a conservation organization. Like it's a conservation education organization, and our goal is to save species. Like our goal is to protect the planet, and to do that, we could do so much more than have this facility and do everything from Texas. We could be much bigger, and so that's the idea. If we can save vultures, if we can breed endangered vultures, or breed snakes, or breed frogs, or breed fish, or breed whatever, and help save more species all around the world, we should.
We have an obligation.
Right.
The powerful thing about Alveus compared to other organizations, I'm not going to call out other organizations, but like doing some comparative analysis, we do things so much more efficiently and faster, and taking that approach globally and helping these organizations that are currently transitioning in this new age, we can kind of help guide that and lift, all the boats, so to speak, with a high tide. That's a bad way of saying that. High tide raises all boats. So, the distilling down Alveus' approach and kind of not necessarily like franchising it, that's not the best word for it, but systematizing it is kind of what we're looking at in this as well. So as far as expansion goes, we're going to be, the corporate term for this meeting is we're going to be building the plane while we fly it, but we have a really good structure. And I think we can build a really, really good plane. We just got to kind of dive into it.
So, also note, this is a strategic plan and an idea of where we want to go. It is entirely dependent on funding. Like, this is not like, oh, we're just going to start this and then fund it as we go. Like, this is like, if we don't come into like major funding from foundations or individuals or whatever, we will continue doing what we're doing, which is already really exciting and enough. Like, we will start doing the wolf program, we'll ease into the vulture program, whatever. We'll do it how Alveus has done everything so far.
We
this
either
is a
do this
plan
in
for
40 years or in 5.
Right, yeah. This is entirely dependent on if we receive funding. This is to build a funding proposal. So, like, don't freak out. Like, it's not like everything's changing right now.
So we have, we're not going to go through it because you guys know what Alveus is.
He's like,
What?
Buddy.
hey.
Oh, bug.
Stuff.
We have like an equation that we have written out, and you guys kind of understand Alveus. So we're not going to go into all of the approach, but keeping everything online, transparent, accountable. We probably need to rewrite our mission statement eventually too. Mine is building a world where humans and wildlife can harmoniously coexist is kind of what I wrote on here.
Mine is using the internet to build the next generation of conservationists. I think that's
But more
pretty
than that.
encompassing.
It's more than that though. We're actually doing tangible things.
Your mission statement is literally save the world.
Yeah.
I mean, we could just put those two together.
It's a little
Yeah. I mean, I think both.
lofty.
I think that's a part of what we're doing now, but like we're doing more tangible now, so. Also, turn your mic on, Kayla, if you want to talk.
I'm eating.
Okay, then.
Turn it on after I'm
Using
done
the
eating.
internet.
Shane, thank you so much for the 46 months.
Thank you.
Magic Eraser with the Prime. Thank you.
Conservationists.
There's someone else. El Jimso, thank you for the 33 months.
What was it? What was yours?
Building a world where humans and wildlife can harmoniously coexist. That is a broad, we can narrow that down. That was just a placeholder. Flat Fluffy Rhino, thank you for the Prime. Let's see what else happened. Hysteria Strange, thank you for the Prime. Magic Eraser, thank you for the Prime. Okay, I think I'm caught up.
Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists in a world where humans and wildlife can better coexist.
Say that again, sorry.
Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists in a world where humans and wildlife can better coexist. That works if use the internet to build a world where and to build the next generation of conservationists, but it doesn't actually make sense. It doesn't really matter right now, does it? Or it does actually matter.
I mean, if we want to start at the top, we definitely can narrow it down, but we can always come back to that.
Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists, and using the internet to how does this grammar? Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists. Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists and a world where humans and wildlife can better coexist. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Is the implication of is it build a world?
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Okay.
That works great.
Okay. Hurts my brain right now, but let's leave it at that. Okay. Okay. Cool. So then, if we go into these, like, we have the wolf program.
Do you want me to give the model, the I want to use a better word than equation. What's a better system? Do we go into the system of these branches that we're thinking, and then we'll help them better understand what we're kind of asking?
Yeah. What is a branch?
So the branch is kind of like what we're calling like our divisions or our missions or our like what was the other word? Spokes, hubs, like how we group things together. And I'll kind of give you kind of the breakdown, kind of the pillars of it, so to speak, or the system. It's in 4 parts: repopulation, endangered species medicine, education, and innovation.
And innovation includes conservation technology?
Yes.
Is that your idea? And
Yeah.
what else? Or you just like the word innovation better?
It's mostly conservation tech, but it also encompasses like innovating so like right now, like snake breeding is done in like just boxes. Like really shitty boxes.
So yeah, I see.
So like innovating that system as well, which kind of falls under repopulation, but innovation pushes enclosures as well. It's just everything about it is to utilize technology to do amazing things. So number 1, repopulation. Obviously, breeding programs released in the wild. Really want to look at pre-release training to increase survivor odds. Think California condor. Back in the 80s, 90s when they were doing it, they had fake power lines to train the vultures not to sit on them. And like when they landed, it would like play a big sound to scare them.
You're onto something there. Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists and lead them to and something about like and help them facilitate the future coexistence of humans and wild animals, and to build our next generation of conservationists. And
Can I say something?
Yes.
That is really annoying. I think they can hear me. They've said repeatedly without.
They can hear you better though.
Okay.
I mean, people can still hear you like off in the distance, but if you want.
I think one of the biggest problems that we have is that humans have forgotten that we are also animals. How do we include that kind of like mentality in a statement if we are separating humans?
Coexistence.
oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the coexistence of humans and wild animals, humans and other wild animals, because humans are animals.
They are, but
And
I don't think
that's, like, a
everybody
problem, because,
realizes
we have
that.
to stop realizing that's the problem. Though we have to stop thinking that we are separate from the natural world when we are a part of it.
That's not annoying. That's smart.
It's a little annoying.
Well, I mean, it's annoying because of the wording, but like it's a smart point. I liked Moodang's idea of like using the internet to build our next generation of conservationists, and then like working with them to make the planet better. But revisit.
That's more about the people than it is, like, we're very people centric at that point with that mission.
We are.
So it's more about stewardship of people than actually doing, but we're about to do a lot of doing. So just saying building a world, I think, just like encompasses everything that we are doing.
You mean because if we get into like land protection or something in the future, that's not really dealing with people.
Right.
I mean, it is, but like honest. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Like we're using the internet to build stewardship and everything with encouragement and all that, but also there's going to be a level of us just doing the conservation and showing that along the whole way. So the mission statement just needs to be really broad, so we're not having to rewrite this. Like, this should be like our last mission statement that we ever write in theory.
Right. Okay.
Stewardship is a good corporate word. Fellow animals, other animals.
Using the internet to save the world. I mean, that's basically what
alongside animals instead of against
what
them.
it is. Do we want to lock this down or move on?
Well, we haven't locked any wording. Alveus' mission is to use the internet to build our next generation of conservationists, and and lead them to create a world where because
I think
too.
I think that first part is perfect.
Oh, that's kind of neat, Ophelia.
I hope so.
Can we get using the internet to save the
Start
world
the
on
end.
merch? That's kind of cute.
She said what?
Can we get using the internet to save the world on merch?
Yeah, that's cool.
Eco-maxing. Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted.
Alveus is next generation conservationists, and
Somebody said the word cultivate was a good word, and I think the word cultivate is a good word. Cultivate the
build our
next
next generation of
generation.
conservation to cultivate our next generation.
Ophelia, I'm sure you have many good ideas.
Cultivate our
We're
next generation
seeing
of
what's there.
conservationists and
Empower is always a good word, yeah.
to
Zine Rocks, thank you for the gifting the 5 tier 1s.
thank you. And to
Conservation maxing. What would Chandler say right now? W hunger to conservation max the world.
yeah, he'd probably say that.
Yeah. What are you trying to get in that second line? Like,
Well, we have to reevaluate the
what is your goal?
separation.
Yeah. So
I agree with your idea. I like the idea of like, yes, we want a world where they're humans and wildlife are better coexisting, because I think it.
Cohabitate? Somebody said cohabitate. Integrate us with our natural world.
I also think it implies a more holistic like approach to dealing with people in conservation too.
What
Like, just the idea of like talking about coexistence. Like I like that that's something that we're thoughtful about. But I also understand not wanting to make the separation. So I don't know what the word is if we want to not make that separation.
oh, between humans and I think that's a bigger existential problem that we cannot address in this mission statement of dividing humans and our natural world, because Pixel Kitty, thank you for mine. I think that it's like idealistic versus realistic, and we've got to build this to be what realistically is around right now, if that makes sense. Hi.
Hi.
Thoughts?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it just depends on how much we want to push that thought, like that train of thought. Like if we want to push boundaries, then I think it's reasonable that we would tackle that terminology, and obviously the accepted view right now is like the coexistence between humans and wildlife. That's already out there. So like if we're not ready to push that yet, if we don't think people are ready to hear, hey, humans are animals, remember?
So what would you?
It's not something we can explain in this mission statement. Like
Yeah.
we're not going to explain that, but
So-
it's like if we're,
That could be in the vision statement, which is different, and I hate that they do that. But like, I think mission and vision should be the same.
But I don't think we have to explain it in the mission statement. Like even if we do choose words that like
that's clever. Using the internet to cultivate the next generation of conservationists and secure a future for all living things.
That's nice.
yeah, conservationists like the word safeguard too.
Safeguard is a good one.
Safeguard
a future for all living things.
But safeguard, does that imply keeping status quo? To me, I hear safeguard, which is like kind of like keeping the
It's
status quo.
protecting,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. We're wanting to protection is a part of it, but it's like pushing the boundaries, building a world where the world's not like climate change is fucking everything up. Like we.
But like, are we
Or you have to
building it,
build-
or are
we're
we
gonna have to-
we're trying to save it?
I think it's gonna be a different world. I mean, this is a more existential conversation here, but like I think it's going to be
conversations.
it's going to be different. Like with all this like
Come into sunshine.
I know, he's so cute.
AI, climate change, like everything coming out, like it's just going to be a completely different beast. So what does that look like?
I don't think it's okay. So I don't think it's safeguard. I agree with you. I don't think that it's restore, because it will be different. I
It's a
agree with
different
you.
world, yeah.
I think I don't.
Rekindle kind of insinuates you're trying to bring something back that used to exist, which could work.
But I think that's similar to restore, and that like
Secure a better future.
secure
Secure's not bad.
is not bad. Or it like
That's true,
build
too.
is like okay.
The point of conservation is to keep the world that we have. Like the word conserve in general already kind of implies that.
Whoa, thanks
So-
for the 1,503 bits.
If we're talking about
Using
like
internet
improving,
Using the internet
What's
to
the
connect
next
humans
level
with
up from
fellow
the word
animals and build a
conservation?
world.
We just redo the
better
whole
world
thing.
together. Just
Let's just restart.
we
Let's
just
do
we just
501c3.
reprogram everyone
Yeah.
and
Ensure.
yeah.
Ensure, secure, build, safeguard. So Alveus' mission is to use the internet to cultivate our next generation of conservationists and to secure a better future for all living things.
sure.
Brainwash everyone.
To
Someone
use
get a
the
thesaurus.
internet to cultivate our. I like our over the generation of conservationists and to secure a better future for all living things. That sounds really fucking broad. For just like secure a better future for all living things is pretty fucking. And I know it's supposed to be broad, but like, and to secure a. Like, I feel like there should be like a nature word in there, or like some kind of like earth word in there.
I mean, if we're going as big as we're going, like that, we're gonna get into in a minute. Yeah. Read that to me one more time, please.
Alveus' mission is to use the internet to cultivate our next generation of conservationists and to secure a better future for all living things.
Yep, I like that because that the secure, like how vultures are great for people and for the environment. So like, I think that encompasses like what we're going after too.
Is there maybe a more specific word for better?
Which one where?
Where there could be like an earthy word?
Woo!
Jeez! Like a, not these words, but for the sake of brainstorming, like a more sustainable future. a more harmonious future. That's not that bad actually. A more future. Secure a blank future for all living things.
Sustainable.
My brain also, I don't know how we feel. This is literally just, everybody might hate this, but I think one of the other things that we're trying to do is be much more intentional. So a word like a more intentional future implies like action, implies decision. So is there a word like intentional, like a more active word? That might be real dumb.
I get where you're going.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I just can't think of a word.
Everlasting. I'm just reading chat. Enduring
Given what's
Earth.
coming, livable might be fitting. It's great.
Impact,
Secure a livable
impactful.
future for all.
Active, strong words are important.
Let's.
I think the problem with words like sustainable is they've become so,
It's not sustainable.
and it's
That's not the
also
word.
so hard, like with greenwashing and stuff like that. That word is thrown around so much that it has almost lost some of its power.
Enduring is an interesting word. I don't know why the word resilience is coming in my brain, but there's some like
Resilient
theme
world.
there, like a more
Resilient?
resilient future. Secure a.
That also, resilient really also implies like an action of like protection.
Right.
Because right now we're using resources faster than, like, we're just depleting them. So a more resilient world would also imply like a world where like we know what we're doing, we're conscious of what we're doing, and we're taking action to, even if we have to continue to do things, to make sure that we can continue to do the things that we're doing.
Harmonious and resilient world.
So too verbose.
Bio.
I like both those words though, because one of them is very fluffy and one of them is very strong.
Which two words? Sorry.
Harmonious and resilient.
Yeah.
But they're just long words. It's just a lot. Which
Resilient.
doesn't really matter because it's not like we're going to be, it's not like we're saying this all the time. But
Rarmonious. Rarmonious.
oh,
Thriving. Not a bad word. Can imply both.
I don't know. We can leave. We can leave better for now. We can like.
Better's broad, but I do like a more direct, actionable word.
I like
agree.
it. I would like,
I say at least resilient.
to secure a more resilient future for all living things. I don't know.
I think you can
It's
say harmonious
bold.
and resilient.
Because like a resilient future for all living things is like, oh no, we're making moves
Yeah.
to like protect what's here. You know?
It's going to take us like 20 years to get to like a really good point.
20 years is so
It's not that long.
ambitious.
20 years.
20 years,
Yeah.
we're gonna be doing this till we die, and then the people we
So we're, like-
inspire are gonna be doing this after we die, and then the people that they inspire are gonna be doing this after they die. That's what this is. We're gonna pass away feeling like hopefully we have at least kept the needle where it was when we started.
Sorry, I was reading chat.
Yeah, I think 20 years is.
20 years before like we just get like started. Like that's like when it like actually like hits global impact on a major scalable level.
You never know.
Maybe 5 years.
You never know.
If we
When
can
was the last time I said no? We'll never do cats.
Connor is reevaluating
Cassie?
everything.
Doing.
I never thought we would build out past the Fox enclosure, really. I was like, Sparky Nick, we don't need this electrical line out
What
here.
happened to my 5-year plan? 3-year plan, I mean.
I thought it was 5.
It was 3.
It was 3?
Because it was 3 years and it.
Let
happened in
Connor
3 months.
dream, man.
Okay. Anyway, all right. Here's we have to systematize everything because we're gonna go from
Flourishing future.
15 employees to 50.
Yeah.
Who wants a job? Raise your hand.
Flourishing.
Technology instead of internet. Somebody
Okay,
suggested.
so we'll come back to this. Keep thinking on it. But
Yeah, just write a bunch of words. Flourishing is a good word. Flourishing it's like thriving, but not as
fluffy.
Yeah. But also
And
like
it gives.
but like people throw around thriving in like day-to-day conversational chat. You're like, you know, I'm surviving, not thriving. You know what I mean?
More
It's like flourishing is more.
Flourishing
again,
also gives.
It implies a little bit more, I think.
It gives plants. Like, it gives flora
It does.
and fauna.
It does. It feels more encompassing.
Yeah, it gives nature.
It gives nature.
We already have one personality hire. That was Chandler. I think we're good.
What?
I'm just making jokes about Chandler being a lot. Okay, here we go. So repopulation, breeding, obviously for release, pre-release training, genetic banking for future cloning, and collaboration and enhancing other organizations already working with these species. So go to Volpro, build out this like vulture breeding area, put cameras on it. It's a part of Alveus. We have this agreement with Volpro, if they'd be up for this, and then do releases out from there and like hire some of their staff to help manage it instead of us hiring staff. What? Blossoming?
We have not talked to Volpro about this yet. Let's make that very clear. This is us brainstorming. We have not talked to anyone at Volpro. We're just like, oh, this would be really sick. This would make a lot of sense. Just so like everybody knows.
Just in case this gets
we're
back to
saying this in
Volpro.
front of thousands of people.
It will not get back to.
And Volpro's in it. No, we have not talked to them at all.
Endangered species medicine. We're going to have these facilities where we're already have specialized equipment and specialized skills for these species. We would rehabilitate those species. If they did come in injured, we would specialize in that. So for example, quick example, Crow, which is a rehab clinic off of Sanibel Island, Fort Myers, Florida, they highly specialize in the red algae blooms. What's the word for that in the water? Blanking on that. Red tide.
Oh.
They specialize in red tide treatment and research, and they just are the like world leaders on that. So think of that for us as like, you know, those specific vultures, those specific animals doing that. Also, inside of endangered species medicine is research. Man, the caffeine's hitting. Holy shit! Research to increase the species odds of rebounding. And then we've got education, which you guys know about, collabs. We got to figure out. I'll get into education a little bit more into that in a second.
This is all underneath within a branch.
Yes.
So structurally, for my visual folks, we've got Alveus, and then we've got branches. We don't know how many. Within a branch, there is
These pillars of how they operate.
4 pillars.
Yep.
What are they?
Reintroduction
Reintroduction.
or repopulation. Endangered species medicine.
Endangered species
Education.
medicine. Education.
Innovation.
And innovation.
Yes.
Okay.
So inside of education, we'd have a few non-releasable ambassadors of those species that we're working on. And then we have wild ambassadors where we put the cameras on the nest for the vultures, you know, dens for wolves, etc. And then collaboration adventures, which will come up with a better name,
Yeah, we need a word for that too.
which is, you know, like doing parahawking with adapt, you know, something like that, or
Shout out.
you know, taking influencers and, you know, potentially celebrities.
But Alveus is a reservoir. Shouldn't it be rivers and streams instead of branches? Is a hilarious comp.
That's kind of cool.
It's kind of cool. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. You're cooking. Hold on. We said branches because it's like naturey, and we don't want to be. And I think it's funny to have branch managers, which is like not funny at all. But the idea, it didn't make sense to call it like hubs or call it pillars or whatever.
We'll get
so
back.
Branch is the best word we came up with.
I'm going to finish explaining this, and we'll
Sorry.
talk about
Tributaries.
the branches. So, yeah, I'll come up with a better word for like doing high octane, very ethical conservation live streams and videos.
I want to finish this because I don't think we need it.
Okay. Drink hog. Okay. Innovation, which are conservation technology, you know, trackers, cameras, you know, just more interactive, connective tech, et cetera. Innovation, you get it. So the thought would be to, the initial thought is what Maya had talked about on her stream, which is, you know, Alveus Sky. which is California condor, Cape vulture, Egyptian vulture, and Florida grasshopper sparrow. All of them are either endangered, critically endangered. Cape vulture is
I'm giving there. It's for
declining.
the visual people. No, continue.
Okay, and then we have Alveus apex, which is we're gonna work on the wording, but that's the Mexican gray wolves, which are critically endangered. Red wolves, critically endangered. Ocelots are endangered in Texas / extirpated. So working on those, and I threw this one in because I thought it'd be fun. Florida panther, which is critically endangered.
Chat, I'm not raising my hand. Do you guys not see this flowchart? I'm holding the flowchart for you.
And then the last one, working on the name still, Alveus scales, which would be eastern indigo snakes, Wyoming, which are threatened and declining in a lot of places, particularly in Florida. Wyoming toad, which is extinct in the wild, and then Lucas was talking about horny toad lizards.
So dope.
Here in Texas.
So fucking sick.
I don't know anything about them.
What? Yes, you do. You do. Yes, you do.
Tell me more.
Oh my gosh, why am I blanking on the name? Horny toad. The little fat guys, horn lizards.
Yeah.
Horn lizards.
Oh,
that shoot blood out of their eyes.
Or do we have them around here, don't we?
Yeah, but you never see them because
Right.
they're endangered. But they're the little like fat, round, spiky.
Oh.
They look like bearded dragons if you
mean-
made them like into a cartoon.
I know of what they look like. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about their conservation or their status or whatnot. So, and then Lucas had one more. So those are the quote unquote the branches. So inside of the thought right now, we're gonna change it though, is inside Alveus skies is pretty much all birds. Inside Alveus apex is all like large land animal apex predators. Land animals. Inside scales is reptiles and amphibians, even though amphibians don't have scales, but it's a broad term to communicate to everybody. The reason for making them in these groups is because we want to have highly specialized, highly efficient, result-driven branches that operate at extreme efficiency and low bloat. So the current models or the hubs for other nonprofits is have X Africa, and then they've got 20 to 30 people in a hub down in Africa. They have their own little executive director, their own HR, accounting. It's a very professional corporate model. Versus what we want to do here is keep it lean, and you're bringing in 3 or 4 people that are really, really, really good at birds. And that's what they focus on in the Alveus skies. And the tech needed for birds and the equipment is all kind of the same with some different caveats. Versus Alveus apex. There's not much difference between a Florida panther, what you need equipment-wise for Florida panther, and a Mexican gray wolf. You gotta change up some drugs.
Enter discussion.
You just have to change up some drugs, and then for Alveus scales, it's all kind of the same, life support systems, RO water filtration, stuff like that. So it's just a more efficient way to do this result-driven conservation, because our goal is to get to endangered species and stabilize their populations to where, I'm not going to get into all that. So
Let me clarify some stuff for y'all. So these are new branches. Alveus Sanctuary exists here, will always exist here, and this is our hub. We operate out of Austin, Texas. We will always have the animal ambassadors here to do education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These are new branches that will exist and need to be developed out entirely. Our ambassadors will not be grouped in to these Alveus skies, Alveus whatever. The branches, skies, seas, whatever they are, whatever apex, whatever we call them, are conservation breeding programs and separate conservation programs that have those 4 pillars that Connor talked about before. So our ambassadors are Alveus Sanctuary. They are just here. This is where we operate out of. We do education from here. But these are separate. Does that make sense? So then it's deciding what we call them. And so Connor's idea and this deck that Connor made is Alveus Skies, Alveus Scales, Alveus Apex.
Kayla hates it.
And what was the last one?
That was it.
That's it.
Oh, it's 3.
Yeah.
Alveus Skies, Alveus Scales, Alveus Apex.
Those are our pilot programs.
Because that would encompass the bird work that we do, the like terrestrial apex predator work that we get into, and then reptiles. Kayla disagrees. There are a lot of like, it's very complicated. If we go sky scales apex, the problem is we could very easily expand with funding permitting. We could expand to have like 20 of these.
Yeah,
branches.
Alveus oceans, rainforest.
Oceans, rainforest,
desert.
tundra, deserts. Like, do amphibians
Caves.
go under scales? Like, is that confusing? And then Kayla's point yesterday, do sharks go under Alveus apex, or would they be in oceans? Like, it gets very confusing. So then it's deciding on the classifications of the branches. And that's Connor's pitch, is those 3. My pitch, which I also hate. I know I say that before Kayla even says anything. I'm like, I hate it too.
I don't hate any of them. I just think that words are really important, and I think the ones we choose are very important. So like using something like scales, if you're trying to do amphibians and reptiles, I think is misleading.
And I think that's fair.
And I think like, there are a lot of animals that we'll get involved with, or that are apex predators and they're birds, and they're ocean, like, you know what I mean? That they just fall into a lot of groups.
Yeah.
And
So I just think it's confusing.
my brain just likes the idea of having it like, knowing how many of these branches we're gonna have, and tying it up with a bow and being done with it. So my current idea that I like the most is Alveus Skies, Alveus Waters, and Alveus Lands. But that lands is a big
group.
Well, and so is waters, because
Yeah.
waters is marine and freshwater.
Yeah.
Where do you put swamps?
In
Where do
lands.
In lands.
I would,
Interesting.
swamps and wetlands I would put in lands.
If we can break it out in those streamlined systems, like I was talking about before, like break it down further and keep it streamlined, then I'm fine with whatever we call it. I just don't want to lose. It's like
Yeah.
a pretty hard boulder for me on the streamlining.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like, within lands, it wouldn't be like okay, Alveus, lands, skies, waters. It wouldn't be then like rainforest, tundra, desert, whatever. It would just be like, within our lands program,
Yeah.
we have like Mexican gray wolves, red wolves, blank.
Species,
blank
yeah.
species, just like terrestrial species. And indigo snakes and whatever.
Yeah.
It would just be everything. It would just be programs within our lands branch.
People saying, why do we have to separate these things? It all has to be like a well thought out, organized. Like we can't just bring it to somebody and be like, give us a bunch of money. Here's all of our thoughts.
Yeah, right.
Like it has to be cohesive and
There are people that are like more bird people or more reptile people or more wolf people. Like we can bring them, hey, we want to do Alveus Sky, whatever, Alveus Birds. Here's what we're thinking, and they're going to fund that separately. Another question
to
was,
save animals money now, please.
where does Ari fit in all this? Ari is going to be a campus. It's going to be like our HQ, the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute, which is like all of our buildings that we're going to build, which we'll talk about later.
That hurts my brain.
So yeah, I saw that too. I was thinking about that. Yeah. So Ari is a physical campus. Ari is a series of buildings here that we operate out of. It is not its own entity. It is what our campus is called.
Yep.
But there are so many ways to do these classifications. So we saw a bunch of stuff in chat. There's lands, seas, skies. There's lands, water, skies. There's scales, feathers, fur. There's continents. There's biomes, tundra, desert, rainforest, blah, blah, blah. There's storytelling now is one that we haven't thought of, that someone said of like, I don't even know what the categories would be. There's so many different ways to categorize this, and this is where we're at in this conversation now of like choosing.
Let me do some push-ups real quick. I'm listening.
Go get a jacket.
I don't have a
Or
jacket.
go get a jacket. Okay.
Or do some push-ups. That's hard too.
Number of legs. But biomes is complicated.
It's very odd.
Because if we did biomes and it was like deserts was one of our biomes, and then we have programs operating out of Africa and the Southwest, and you know, like it's just, I don't know. And then they're also different. Like if rainforest is a biome, like there's, I don't know. That feels confusing to me.
We're gonna try to keep most of this like centered, all staffing like really kept in Texas, but then partner with organizations around the world and build facilities inside those organizations potentially, or help them do these programs better. I don't know how that looks just yet.
Anyone else feel overwhelmed?
And
It's been
then
my life for 2 weeks right now.
and then someone said like, what about just like birds, mammals, reptiles? The problem with something like mammals is like a whale is a mammal and a primate is a mammal. And
You need
like
completely different gear
and
for
a rat
systems
is a
and-
mammal. It's just that's too broad. So yeah, what would that, you know? I don't know.
We're trying to do 24/7 live streams for everything. I mean, that's where I'm just like, for my proposal, it's build these and kick that can down the road to see whatever else we do. Because like Alveus Oceans is huge. Alveus Freshwater, whatever that might be. I don't know. Do you want to go through my exercise?
Skies, waters, land.
Yeah, let me pee first.
Okay.
Oh, I was gonna crawl under the table. That's nice. I will return chat. I must pee.
Fruit snacks. Oh, I forgot I didn't even tie my shoes.
How's it going, Kayla?
Excellent.
Hi, chat. Alveus Mars, yes, please. How was lunch?
Lunch was delicious. I made a vegan chili the other night. It was very tasty.
What about land, skies, water, top, level in their branches?
Don't
So-
Ian. What about Stompy? There's not flighted birds. Where do they go?
Like, yeah, where do kiwis go? Because they're endangered, right?
Alveus avis. Birds.
But here's the thing. I don't need bird people that specialize in aerial birds is a lot different than ground birds because they're so different. And you need completely different gear for like
What is your
emus.
obsession with gear?
Because I'm thinking as an operations person, how this makes sense
These places
operationally.
are still going to be all over the world. So like, why does it matter?
Specialties gears, like, because I could build. We can transport gear with us too. I don't know. We can build facilities. Like if we're doing breeding here in Texas, it's easier to have one building built out for one set of taxa, whatever that makes sense.
We also thought about going Latin, and doing like what?
Avis.
Avis.
Alveus avis for
Alveus
birds.
like reptilis.
Reptilia.
Or
Or something
Reptilia.
like that.
But then like carnivorous is like,
You would have to like decide then and there if you wanted to like break it down into like canids, felines,
right. Yeah,
You know.
canids.
canidae,
Feet.
canidae, canid.
Whatever, I don't
know.
freaking know. But
Canada.
that's just that's a lot of
Canada.
categories as well.
Okay, so let's see if we can fit everything we want to do
Oh, thanks, Jacob.
in 8 categories.
Okay.
Because
Why 8?
realistically, if we do elephants, we're like
Like if we did mammals and it was if we had an elephant program and a mouse program, that's so dumb. Sorry.
Is
like
it?
that's so crazy.
Is it?
there are other organizations doing plenty of elephant stuff. We can help with them with conservation tech, but that doesn't have to necessarily be, that can be under the conservation tech wing and like as a contractor. We don't have to bring that under Alveus lands or whatever.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
That's smart.
Thank you.
So
Is it?
what?
Does it make sense? No, I just mean, okay, so we could go very broad so that we could narrow it down. We could do that. Or we could, I know we don't want to we don't want to restrict ourselves in any way, but like realistically, how much are we going to, no, I guess we could do a whole lot. I don't know. Like, does it make sense to be a little bit more specific because we know where we're starting? Like, we know the connections we already have.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And that's why Scales, Skies, and Apex exist.
I know, but like we could break those, we could make them more specific.
And then just set ourselves up to potentially
Because
have,
realistically,
like, 20.
we're not going to have like an endangered species breeding program for every single
No.
endangered species. Like
Right.
that's not realistic. So like realistically, how many could there be that we could realistically manage or partner
That's
with?
what we're about. Yeah, that's what we want to do.
Like I feel like it could end up being like 30, which is scary, right? It's like, because in our reptile building alone, we could have 4.
Yeah.
So then would they all be separate?
and then where do you put
branches.
insects? Because there's flying insects. Do we put them in skies? No, that would be dumb.
Alveus inverts. Alveus invertebrates.
Yeah.
That's where you put
But then would coral be? Yeah. If we do coral propagation?
Scales, apex, sky, ocean,
You could just go get a jacket.
inverts. I like being cold. Scales, apex, skies, ocean, inverts. That's 5. Let's fit the rest of all the taxa that we could ever possibly do into 3 more in this exercise. It's just an exercise.
It's scales, apex, sky, ocean,
Inverts.
inverts,
Plants.
freshwater.
Fuck, we can't do it in 8.
But like, so we've got
Caves. Like,
Alveus eukaryotes.
So the branches would always be hands-on conservation, always assisting others with organizations. The branches are, yeah, I think branches are hands-on, because us assisting other organizations, that's just like
Super glad I'm a librarian
Alveus.
and Dewey already did the classification for me.
lands is stupid. Lands
Arctic.
and waters are stupid. If we have a manager for our
Caves.
lands program, and then they're responsible for doing
I don't,
reptiles, rainforests, deserts,
I don't like
tundra,
lands,
like that
yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
Right.
That's dumb.
Arctic. What did you call freshwater?
Waters was,
Well, in this exercise, because we have
Freshwater.
oceans.
I said freshwater.
Alveus freshwater.
There's a
But hey, bad news. There's brackish water as well.
okay.
So
Alveus aqua. Oceans.
It's going to take this entire
lakes.
brainstorming thing for us to come back to the fact that biomes might be they might make the most sense.
Also, Alveus wet. Also, someone said like we should brainstorm off to our side and come back for this. We have been brainstorming for 2 weeks.
yeah, you do not want to.
To be fair,
It is
I've only
better
been
than-
brainstorming for like 2 days. I feel pretty fresh.
Ooh, wait.
Blue, green, red, yellow.
Actually,
And then we'd have clownfish and cock of the rock in the same fucking branch. You idiot. No, I'm kidding. You're not. That was actually clever. Thank you. I appreciate different ideas. That was a different one. We have not thought about something like that.
you know how IUCN gets around it?
What?
Extinct, critically endangered, endangered, vulnerable. There's our 4 branches.
No. What? What are we gonna do with extinct?
Bring them back.
Even like functionally extinct.
Yeah, like extinct in the wild.
No, because then
What
they're
is
gonna
a cock of the rock?
Ew,
Google
then
it.
they're gonna have to like
Bird.
switch. Like when they get reclassified, and then like the person that manages this program, but the animal gets listed
Yeah.
different by IUCN, and they lose that program.
Bam.
I'm getting fruit snacks. Does anybody want some?
I'm good,
I
thank
have-
you.
There are no Dr. Peppers in the fridge, huh?
I'll check.
There's a Coke, Diet Coke.
Can I get a Diet Coke?
Yeah.
I don't want it though.
There's 2-liter Dr. P down at the house.
It's fine. I'll drink the Diet Coke.
Okay.
Do the branch names need to be self-describing? Is that a requirement for funding? It's not a requirement for funding, but funding. I mean, we are targeting. We are thinking about marketing a little bit here. Like there's an element of like it should sound cool and innovative and exciting and something that you want to be a part of.
Conservation has bad marketing.
So it can't be like branch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
8.
Maverick, what do you think? Okay, Arctics, rainforest,
Hi, Maddie.
plains,
Hello, baby.
grasslands,
Talons, feet, paws, hooves. We go by feet type.
swamp.
Thank you. Yes. We go by foot type and then fuck fish. We just don't do anything
Fins.
with. Okay, fins. Okay.
What's happening? What's happening?
North America, South America. So then regions or like continents.
I mean, that's why all the other places do those. Because
Right.
it's easy.
Yeah, and it encompasses everything. But then like they fucking North America, like, holy shit! What that's so. It's just such a. This pisses me off. This process pisses. What were your 4 questions?
4 questions for what?
Didn't you say we were gonna do an exercise? That was
I'm
the
doing
exercise.
it. I'm doing it.
That exercise sucks.
Well, we have to refine it down. Well, let's come up with all the names of what encompasses the broadest encompassing thing. Mountains, hills.
Okay, what if we go Latin?
I hate Latin. Nobody knows Latin. Latin is not marketable. The fact that Alveus has been able to get away with the name Alveus is awesome.
Fuck you. First of all, it's
That's
fantastic.
awesome.
It's fantastic.
It's
SEO.
awesome.
It's fantastic SEO.
It is, but like you know how many questions I feel that what does Alveus mean? Which is fine, which is great.
It's a great fluffy story, and they love to
is.
eat it up every time.
It is, but it's not. It's not something that's like, oh, I know exactly what that is. Like world's wildest. That was.
Danny's pissed. You're pissing off Danny. You know that's his word. That's his name.
It's a great name. I'm not. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just. It's not an easy marketable term, but
And I
that's
don't think-
also great though.
I don't think Scales or Apex is either. I'm not attacking you.
No, you're not.
But
It's tough.
Scales sounds like scaling up. Like I don't think people immediately think of. You need all the
I
other
said that too because
context
I was
there.
like, I think of weighing things.
And Apex
So-
sounds like a fucking steel company. You know, like I don't know,
Oh, I mean, yeah,
or
you're
a
right.
plumbing company.
Sky sounds like an airplane company.
Right. Yeah. So
Did you guys know that Spirit Airlines is no more?
Yeah.
yeah,
Crazy.
yeah.
Sorry. Got distracted. I'm back.
But no, Alveus is
Oh my
great.
God, scales equals fish for me. Shut up. We didn't even think about that. Shit.
This is the problem.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I don't know,
Apex
if you
thinks-
want broad, maybe it's a good
Apex
thing.
Thunders.
Lance is back in the hat.
We can rip. So here's the problem with everything. We can rip holes in all of these, and if we were a professional company, we would spend $100,000 on marketing or market research, and see what lands in all these polls. But we're not. We have chat, so we don't have to do that. Chat, you're saving us $100,000. Thanks. We can rip holes in all these. We need easy, marketable, fun terms that we can describe. If we can give someone a generalized picture, then they're brought in, and then we can describe what that means.
From a
Just like
marketing, okay.
Alveus.
So then going back from a marketing perspective, I love Alveus Skies, and I've talked about this before on my main channel. Mm-hmm. Saying Alveus Skies and saying Alveus Oceans feels very exciting.
Yes.
And they know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Like when I'm explaining that, and they're like, "Whoa, the skies! Like all the birds." That's exciting. And Alveus Oceans also is very like, they know exactly what I'm talking about, and they're
Yes.
very excited about that
Yes.
concept for whatever reason.
Those two are great.
I think that those two really resonated with people.
Yes.
Well,
We just stick with those. That's it.
over something
Sorry,
like
Chad.
deserts and like what those were things that I said on the side. Like I say it in it. There's a a TikTok of it, but I think those were like the strongest. And when you pitched this idea to me in the first place, that's why I was like, that's brilliant. Like skies in particular. I do like it.
Yeah.
But what about bats? Like, and I know we're gonna poke holes in everything, but like, would bats be skies?
I think so, because the technology and the gear is very similar. And
What about butterflies?
no, that would be inverts, because the gear is completely different. I'm thinking from an operational standpoint though, so that can always be an underlying thing. But if you can market operations and as like your front of it too, like that shows innovation. Like if you can give a 2-sentence why Alveus Skies, why you're doing it in the way that you're doing it, or oceans, it just makes it a lot easier.
The sky for a few seconds sometimes. They can't live in the sky though.
Emus and kiwis would not live.
I don't think overlap is necessarily bad. I think we just have to be intentional with what we choose. Because like one of my objections with like skies, apex, and scales was that it's like literally 3 different types of category. It's like one of them is they live in the sky, one of them is the scales on their body, and one of them is where they are in the food chain.
I also hate it.
And I feel like
fair.
if you're going to do skies, oceans, and then a word for land, that makes sense because they're all like the same type of category.
I agree with you. So, my favorite one out of those 3 is skies.
Yeah.
And I also think, like, if we think realistically, if this is for a funding proposal, if we were to go to a very wealthy person who's very excited about birds, the idea of like a skies program, like a pilot program for skies, is very exciting. I think if we then go to a reptile person, that's
Scales,
interested-
I hate scales.
Okay, fine.
Like,
So then,
I don't know what
I
else
don't like
though.
scales.
If it's not
'cause
skies-
not everything has scales. That like it would just we'd have to create another category. Sorry.
That's one word. Kill me.
Skies 1. I mean, if we lock it in, that's a big step.
I mean,
Like,
I think
if you guys like it, then
realistically,
skies
we're,
and oceans,
we're just
yes.
looking for a word for land that's not land.
because
Land's
waters,
so
I don't
broad,
mind
though.
waters. I think it sounds kind of cool. I think it could mean oceans. I think it could mean freshwater. I think it means brackish water. Like, I think.
Alveus Sky, Alveus Waters. I think waters is okay, yes.
Alveus Terra.
Terra means land, but it also means earth and ground, which is fine. Like, it's not. We don't have to be that serious about it. We're not gonna get. They're not gonna be like, actually.
Or we just go the Alveus term and just come up with something that's super old and we rebrand it. Like, let's go Gaelic.
Gaelic.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Skies, waters. Maybe here's just where we come up with like 3 basic distinctions for land. Like maybe we do break it down to like forest, grasslands, desert. And maybe it's 5.
Do you think
What
that?
about caves?
Do you think that marine people would be so pissed if we were like land, because there's so much more ocean, but we're like waters is all the same, but land we should, because there's so many different like types of waters too. You know, if we're gonna.
But
break
I think
down
like
lands.
if we're categorizing it based on where things live, if that's the categories, then the real distinctions for waters becomes freshwater, saltwater, brackish water. But I feel like it's a lot easier to just be like, I don't know, Lindsay.
Okay, so we're back at. We have skies.
Skies.
Why do we like skies? Because it sounds cool, because it's easy to explain that it's all of our endangered bird breeding programs. It's like lofty, it's fluffy, it's like ooh, it's like awe-inspiring. Cool, great.
Alveus terrains.
You're right, but like when people think of sky too, they think of birds. They don't think of butterflies necessarily or bats. Like birds are the primary thing that comes to mind
Yeah.
for that. So we don't have to explain that. Alveus Geo.
Okay, I'm gonna put waters.
Aquaveus, Skyveus, Terraveus. Sick.
Skies.
Alveus this one, Alveus that one,
Waters.
Alveus the other one.
This is, if we used to have skies and waters, the only thing left is lands, and we're just back at skies, waters, and lands, which is fine. Or we're deciding here if we're breaking down just land and not waters.
But okay, so what are we actually, like, here's the other problem. Like, what are we actually going to do? You know, like, what makes sense to, like, that has storytelling, that's endangered, that we can use our model to help? Because not every, like, I'm second guessing the Florida grasshopper sparrow because they're so freaking small. They are critically endangered and they need a lot of help, but I don't know how our model fits with them.
Okay, here's another question. Are we, like, it's also a strategy thing of, like, are we targeting species that we think are going to be the most impactful, or are we just going off of the connections that we have, right? The reason that we're starting with wolves is because of Wolf Conservation Center.
And
Turns out to be
vultures.
great, because if I got to pick a species, I might pick wolves because they're a keystone species, and
Right.
that's like a really freaking cool place to start. But we got lucky in that that's the connection that we have. Same with vultures, like,
Yeah.
very cool, but it's because we have that connection. What
And
like
we are starting with this to get our foot in the door as well, and this could open us up to so much more. Like, the whole point of the 3 was to work in already established breeding programs that have all the infrastructure in place already, that we can go in there, establish ourselves as a credible organization, that we know what we're doing, learn, see what we can innovate, and then from there, that's when we launch into the larger scale work that we are creating our own breeding programs. We're lobbying U.S. Fish and Wildlife for our own set of rules to deal with this. You know, like, I don't even know where to begin on that.
like
so
what to target.
yeah,
Right.
so the thought was to have skies is one of them, skies, oceans, apex, scales, or whatever, and then kick that can down the road. And if we do end up having 20 of these in 40 years, is that a bad thing? But, like, we're going to slowly add them on too.
It's not a
But also, I don't want to get into the territory of it's so confusing and cluttered. Like, I hate that.
That's yeah.
And I don't know what the answer is.
I don't think.
Hello, Raiders.
Thank you. I don't think having, because like 30 is so. If we go really specific, 30 is so gonna happen. Like, if we have 4 in the reptile building, that's like we're gonna get to 30.
Hold on, I'm almost done with this. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
And I
8,
think 30 is
9,
too
10,
much.
11, 12,
Also, we have to
13,
figure
14.
out, like, in what
There'd probably be about 18 max.
What about splitting it up
Grass
based on the
type.
type of goal for each species that we are working with?
I really like this marketing, but, like, I'm like, scrap it, run it all into the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute, and just have individual species. And then we separate out the divisions and operations.
So instead of branches, instead of Alveus, Ari is just a facility, branch. It's Alveus, Ari,
Species.
wolf, species. So then Ari's back as an entity.
Yep.
So there's Alveus Sanctuary,
I mean,
That's just not as fun, though.
the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute.
that's the organization that
Species,
partners
species,
with
species. Yeah.
all of the other organizations.
I think this is a notion. I think once we establish this, the sanctuary is a separate storytelling component, and it's just Alveus.
So far, Alveus has been, I always say that it's a dual-pillared organization, right? Sanctuary and education.
Yeah.
And within that, education is collabs and whatever. Ari just makes it a 3-pillared organization.
Yeah, I would say, like, if Alveus Sanctuary coming in to do, like, some crazy research, it just it's just weird, I guess, in the professional circle for a sanctuary to get involved versus just, Alveus. Ari.
Right.
But that Ari,
Well, it's
Ari's
like
not
a zoo, like San Diego Zoo, right? Like there's San Diego Zoo, but then they have all these research labs.
Right.
So they know they're not
Well,
working with like zookeepers, they're working with like...
That's technically Alveus, or San Diego Wildlife Alliance.
Right.
Because it didn't make sense. I mean, zoos do some research, but like sanctuaries historically just haven't done that. Yes, we could change that.
San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance.
Yeah.
Alveus Sanctuary.
Alveus
Research and Recovery Institute.
I hate that.
Why?
I think it should just be one from a marketing understanding
One
perspective.
what? We just become the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute?
No, just Alveus.
Alveus Sanctuary Research and Recovery Institute.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I think is what we were talking about at one point anyway, because we talked about just having it be Alveus. So instead of
Tortoise, thank you so much for the
classifying
prime.
things from like Alveus skies, waters, whatever, it's Alveus and then it's Sanctuary Research and Recovery. And
Yeah.
R.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
and then
My brain is actually hurting right now.
it's
crazy.
bad. Yeah.
Like, it's not a headache, it's a throb.
And then
is that worse
under
than a headache?
No, it's different.
Yeah, maybe the pillars come in, and maybe we just recreate the pillars under Alveus then. Because sanctuary, I think to me implies sanctuary for the ambassadors.
for sure. Yeah.
Research and recovery is the innovative part of what you've talked about, and then the last one would be education.
So Ari does your 4 pillars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alveus Sanctuary does the 2 pillars that it's always done.
Yeah.
So education and rescue. And then Ari does, what are they?
REEI. Just write that.
And then within Ari does these 4 pillars, and then it has a bajillion programs of species.
Yep.
Well, I think that makes the most sense though too. Like I know it's confusing to like have a lot of species, but I think if we tried, and maybe this is just like why we had a lot of issues, is that if we set it up to be as broad as possible, realistically, we still aren't going to be able to do a ton in like the grand scheme of things.
I've missed skies already. It's died, but I like it. But yeah, I mean, species makes sense, and then internally we have species grouped, and maybe we'll have an internal name for
Alveus
it.
animals, please.
But yeah, no, What are you thinking? I mean, that makes the most sense from a traditional, like, both traditional and our new approach of things. The skies model, this model.
Alveus Skies could be a content series tied to whatever happens with those species. Like it could be a.
That's
it could
cute.
be the title of series. Like if we do vulture breeding and we bring them out there, and then I do a series called Alveus Skies, and it's like, whatever it is. If it's parahawking, if it's something with vultures, and it's going to teach people about birds. I can't even like fathom doing that though. Like what? I should go to South Africa, like, for what? A six-part series or something. 6 times. I have to go 6 times. Like, what would that look like?
Whatever we want it to look like, Maya.
1 episode a year for 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be educational.
Hello.
I don't know. Okay. Do we want to just cook or not cook? Think on this? Dwell on it? The species breakdown?
The other thing that hurts my brain about this, and I understand from an infrastructure perspective why it makes sense to have a reptile building and because we're going to build a reptile building here, chat, and then there will be snake breeding inside of that reptile building, just because from an infrastructure perspective it makes the most sense to have, but then it'll be up there, and so this is a sanctuary. Now they're blended together.
Yep.
And not just blended together on the same, like this same upper site of land, but also in the same building. And then it's even like more confusing. The only thing that has helped my brain in that instance is having a separate entrance to that building and making the door frame red or like a very specific color, where it's like when I'm bringing collabs around or like explaining the structure to people, it's like, okay, and now this is Ari. Like it has to be. I'm afraid of us doing too much stuff and it becoming really muddy. And like, wait, so what do you guys do? Because right now it's very clear. Right now, everyone that thinks about this in the greater scheme of Twitch and like the internet, they're like, oh, they save animals, and then they teach people about them.
STV, thank you so much for the 21 months.
I think if we're gonna do it in the reptile building, I think having separate entrances is a really good idea. And I think like having some sort of sign that says like you are now entering you're now entering the Alveus Research and Recovery Institute, where there is active breeding of endangered species taking place.
Yeah.
And then like something about like how we conduct our behavior in those spaces.
Right. Or it's like, even if it's done at the end of the stream, and that doesn't make sense logistically, but just like some sort of separation where it's very clear.
Yeah.
Like, this is this program. But like, there's lots of ways to do that separation. The easiest is two separate, and like we go and we're like, here's this.
For our brains, yes.
Yes. Not for, not for infrastructure.
Right.
This is why San Diego Zoo has big entrances for each area as well. Yeah, but even, qualifier, my favorite zoo in the nation. But even San Diego Zoo, their structure is confusing to me. And I've been like pretty involved with them and like their operations for a long time now. Like there's just so many doors, and some of them are like Dutch doors, like half doors, and some of them, you know, and then there's the two different, like I've showed up literally at the wrong facility multiple times. San Diego Zoo versus the Safari Park. Like I've shown up at the wrong, yes, I've done it twice.
Oh, okay.
Like I pulled up to the wrong one. Like I'm afraid of having too many getting too big and having too many pieces. That's why I like that's why this part is important. But I don't know.
Hugely.
It's not an answer to it. I don't know.
It's also the most important, I think, for us here. Like, we're the ones who have to be able to, because the benefit of being online is that we're not asking people to, like, walk through all of it.
Yeah.
So, like, depending on, realistically, if you're going to take stream into something like an Ari area, it probably would be the reptile building. So does it make sense? Because, like, the reptiles are, like, the easiest to, like, walk in, and, like, we can't walk them down and show them wild wolves, because mammals respond differently. You know, so like in that respect, if any of them are going to be on this land, which is the sanctuary part, the reptiles are maybe like the easiest for our brain to like wrap around that.
Yeah, and vultures as well will be up here.
I still don't like that. That's not my favorite.
Where you want them down there?
I would rather them be down there.
Where's down there?
Anywhere down there.
We have no place to put
Vultures
them
are
down
so easy to influence. They're so smart. If they're seeing people all the time, that's not great.
But these won't be, like if we're talking Cape vultures, right? We're talking Cape vultures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they won't be release candidates, the ones that we have here, right? They're
No,
babies
the babies will.
They'll
Yeah.
breed.
We just keep the people away from them during
like
that
when
time.
they're babies, yeah.
But like, we have to look at the protocols. But like, as long as you're not feeding them, in theory, you're not imprinting them.
Yeah, but we also don't want them to be comfortable around people. We don't even want them to be like
Is that
It depends on where the release is happening.
passively accepting of people is also not great.
if we get permanently injured ones?
Yeah, they would be ones that we could work with when they don't have babies.
Right.
Yeah.
And then when they have babies, it would just be off limits.
Off
vulture
hands. Yeah,
breeding
hands off.
league. Have we talked about vultures yet?
Welcome to the meeting.
So it would be here. It's a 100 by 100 enclosure, with at least 10 Cape vultures from Volpro that are permanently injured, and
Potentially.
this is all potential. And there would be a bunch of them coming from Volpro because they're running out of space. They'd be go to World Bird Sanctuary
Caveats.
and
A lot
San
of
Diego Zoo and maybe Peregrine Fund or something like that. And then once a year, like all these babies line up, we all ship them to Chicago for them to go through the quarantine process, the babies, and then they're put in one shipment once a year over to South Africa to Volpro, where they're put in soft release enclosures.
Hypothetically.
They learn
Well-
from the adults there and then leave when they're ready.
Okay. So I understand the economics of an infrastructure, whatever, and we have the bird of prey building up here, so getting them all, whatever, doing them all, whatever, but then also our staff structure, oh my god, I have no fucking idea anymore. Not thinking about infrastructure for a second, funding permitting, is it ideal for everything, all of our breeding programs to be on one site? That is, for my brain,
If I had
that is
unlimited money,
ideal.
if I had unlimited money, yeah.
And I think
Okay.
from like a perspective of like
Ari's not a
from like the
separate
most
entity
professional
financially, no.
perspective we could have. Having breeding animals completely separate from
from
non-releasable animals is, I think, the most professional thing we could do.
And then also from a staff structure perspective,
Yes.
is like we would have specialized team for breeding programs and a specialized team for non-releasable ambassadors.
Yes.
Which I think asking them to switch between, and they could because they're smart, but like asking our animal care staff to like switch between target training and like hands off, like literally in the same building is like, whoa.
Yeah.
One's drop. Well, like for wolves, we're going to automate that, the food drops. Vultures, not so much, but like that's just dropping food. And that's so easy.
But from a structural perspective as we grow, like do we want separate staff for
So
Ari and
it
I
comes,
think they should have separate staff.
I agree.
I see that as bloated.
What?
I see that
Really?
as not streamlined. Yeah.
But we would just have less staff for Ari.
Yeah. It would just be a smaller staff.
Yeah.
I think we can, so both infrastructure and staffing, I think the only thing that would, like, I think a lot of the animal care staff can do a lot of those because they're very basic jobs.
Yeah,
They can
but
do that.
also
And so
it's just, it's not that they can't do it. It's the entire outlook. Like, we shouldn't be wearing the same clothes around our ambassadors as you are around non-releasable animals. Or around releasable animals. You shouldn't do that.
So-
It's what makes the practices of caring for those animals
it's
the
so
most
different.
efficient.
Different. I mean, everything is different per species. So for like the wolves, yeah, like we're doing zip lines and we're doing drone drops for food. Like we're not going in there.
Potentially.
No,
You say
that's a
that-
hard-
You say that now, but like designing a zip line to drop food and having it work every single time and like heaving food up to a zip line, like that's not an easy thing.
Give me 2 weeks. It is
Sure, Connor. You can't even remember to scoop the litter box in the morning when you say you're going to do it.
Okay, yeah,
You're going to build an entire zip line, please.
So the two, that's different. So wolves are different. Vultures, it really, like it comes up, each individual is
I think
different.
if we have 5 species, 5 breeding programs, which is like very likely in the next couple years, and the species that we start with are all across the fucking boards in like terms of what kinds of animals. If we have snakes and birds and wolves and lizards and whatever. Like they're so different. I think that's like plenty for a job. Like it's not just like a side like throw food job.
Right. So like
learned to be
for
scared
like
from my
reptiles, I mean that is like a whole different like skill set. Like that's life support infrastructures, like that's lighting, like it's so different versus the people doing the bird stuff. Makes sense for them to do vultures too, because they know that.
And then I also think from a collab perspective, it makes us look much more serious about our release candidates to have them like not even, because if I'm walking around with Marlin, for example, no offense to Marlin, love Marlin, he's just the last one that was here. If I'm walking around with Marlin up at Birds of Prey and we're doing like a little flight or something, or we're in a bird prey enclosure and the vultures are right there and he like yells, there's not really a good way for me to defend that besides saying like, it's okay because there aren't people here very often, you know? And I can't control whether or not they do that. I can ask them. But like, for the sake of it being like really professional and really fucking serious, that's the only way we could control that. And then like, or if I have Ron here, no offense to Ron, and I try to explain the difference between these two doors and these two rooms, that there's like these endangered whatever, and then there's this.
Right.
If someone's farming and they just like open the door and they're like, "Mwah," you know, whatever.
Right.
Like, I can't control if someone does that. I don't think that they would, but like, that makes us look very unserious.
I agree.
Again, it comes down to like, so like reptiles, like you could just have you could definitely just have two different buildings. The buildings are smaller, you know, each have $100,000 life support system, or that $100,000 life support system could support both of them. But it does give you expandability to have two separate buildings for that. Staffing wise, I think that's like, it only makes sense to have specialized staff once we get to that point of having that workload. In the interim, it is going to be animal care staff doing the occasional things. But like once there's enough reptiles, you have a reptile specific person. We wouldn't want a bird person doing, you know, all the birds, all the vultures, all the wolves, and doing all the reptiles. That's unfair for them to know that level of detail. Now, if it's just dropping food or like a swing keeper or something like that, that's fine. But again, it comes down to the individual. So like, for example, for the vultures, that would be dictated by best practices from Volpro. It would just, we have all the infrastructure right there. So it would just cost a lot more, but we're looking at a 30 to 40% increase. I would think that's not a pure one-to-one. I know you hate when I throw out numbers, but like,
I do.
Like it's not double the cost to do it. It is, you know, a quarter to a little bit under half the cost.
But if we're gonna get a bunch of money.
Yeah, but and then also, we also do events here, like art auction would have been here, right? Without Cossie there, and that's fine for non-releasables, like Peach and Rune screaming, us scream laughing, us like doing trebuchet, whatever the hell. I just think we're so good at what we do right now with Alveus and the education, and like that all can be justified in hiding the broccoli, and like that's our bread and butter, and we're very good at it. But as we step into like this like actual conservation workspace, and this is the first time we're starting conservation breeding programs.
Right.
And maybe I'm just too stuck in this in my head and I need to sleep on it, but like I really feel like separating it to show how serious we are is, you know, like if we're just like screaming down here and like launching shit for summer camp, and then like 200 yards or like 100 yards away, not even, they're releasable individuals, it's like,
it's like
it
wolves
just feels weird.
would be, yeah, wolves definitely couldn't do that. Vultures, the way that it's currently set up, does not matter if that was going on.
You're always the one who's like, we should be reaching for the gold standard. So like, the gold standard though is to have them separate.
The argument for vultures is they're going to be inundated in a human world where they are released. Like in South Africa, like
It's really hard to like
explain.
Yeah, no, it is. But like we are going to be training them to deal with human infrastructure by putting power lines in there. And if because that is their number one killer. And therefore, if they're around human power lines, they are around humans and cars.
We're not gonna kill them with power lines. It's like a training before they go into the wild. You put like prop power lines, and when they touch it, it makes a sound, so that they learn to stay away from those power lines.
So it comes. Maybe I can.
Shrez said, for a viewer, the difference between educational ambassador and releasable candidate would be very much less impactful if they're right next to each other in the same building with the same staff.
Yeah.
I agree. I hear what you're saying.
Right.
I also think if this is a funding, we're not like locking in today of how we decide to do this, because this all is dependent on funding. If we put in our funding proposal what the ideal is, and like if you're not thinking about the logistics and the infrastructure, if our ideal is having them separate, then we should just put that in this proposal. And if someone wants to come in and give us $6 million to build a reptile facility down at Ari, then we don't have to worry about the infrastructure costs of combining it with this building up here.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the money stuff later. I can run some numbers. We can do 2 models. Because I'm halfway through the 1 model, and then we go ideal model.
Okay. So the reason that you're opposed to like separating the sites is because of efficiency and not bloating ourselves.
Yeah.
Even if it means that Ari staff is just smaller.
I'll have to run we'll have to look at the requirements. There will be a break-even point where the efficiency of scale comes into play. It just depends on how fast we get there. So it's that interim between now and when we have the workload for just a separate RE staff, keeping this part efficient as well. Because at this current rate, we're not justifying separate RE staff quite yet. Which we could get part-time people to help. That's harder.
Zoos have them together. Like, zoos have enclosures, and then on it says safe program. But that doesn't mean that they're doing releases, I guess. Some of them do. I don't know how they do that.
Some of them are holding those animals.
They're just holding them. It just says safe program.
So like if we want to, that might be something we have to look into specifically with the breeding programs we're working within, because like if we actually do have like candidate, or if we get the green light to breed certain pairs, then there might be different regulations than if you're just housing an individual or 2 individuals that have to be separated at breeding or separated like when they go into heat because
I got it. Sorry.
We don't have the green light to breed.
I got it, Maya. We start out with having the breeding pairs here for efficiency, and as we grow, we
move them.
We slowly start to breed a separate RE facility, and then where they used to be becomes where the ambassadors will go for those species. Because as we get into this, we're going to come across injured indigo snakes that cannot be released out into the wild, and they can just go there, and then we can convert it from RE to ambassador.
What? So your solution is to build both anyway?
Slowly.
I understand. I do. I understand both of you actually right now.
What?
Yeah. It is both very smart and very dumb.
Like, just build them separately.
It does not. Then we have. So it depends. If we sign up, unless we get like $100 million,
right?
It does not make sense to build them both separately right away.
Well, there's not that many. Like, I mean, you're talking about building one vulture enclosure, either up there or over there.
Yeah.
So what you have to consider.
Same enclosure situation.
It would be separate, right? Like, yeah, it's building a whole new one.
Yeah, the electrical grid, the water, we have to put in wells.
But we're going to have to do stuff over there anyway for the enclosures that are going in.
So.
For the buildings that are going in, we're going to have to do that.
It's kind of how like we build an enclosure and then we see how it goes and then we come back and revamp it. that's been like, we see how it's being utilized and revamp it every year. We come back every year and make it better because we're working with the limited amount of information that we know right now.
But the information that we know for sure is
We
that
don't know
keeping them
anything.
separate is better for everybody.
He disagrees with that.
On wolves, yes, definitely. For the stuff that we have signed up, no.
So if we were to build the reptile building and have breeding animals and ambassadors in the same building, and we were to design the Ari side to be completely different from the ambassador side, to be like there is a distinction between this side and this side.
The only
and then we're like, just kidding, we're going to move them all to another building. Then we have to redo that side of the building to make it match the
not at all.
ambassador side.
Oh, you're just changing up signage and you're maybe changing out a door. That is the only difference. That's what makes this so efficient, is our ambassador enclosures, honestly, breeding enclosures are pretty, the ones that are currently used, not great. And we want to elevate that and bring them up to the ambassador level type of enclosures. So, for example, so this is the sanctuary side, this is Ari side. This we just say like this door is red here. That's the only difference between the two. And as the Ari expands and we do more breeding pairs, we're going to need more room anyway. Instead of, we're just like, initially we're just getting established. We just have 2 or 3 pairs and we show that we know what we're doing, because we're not going to be given the amount that we want initially. Let's say Eastern Indigo Snakes, which is run by U.S. Fish and Wildlife, which we have a connection with the person that runs
Get to
it.
the building part.
They would give us 5 pairs.
Cool.
That can easily fit on this Ari side.
Great.
But if we can't prove ourselves, why build a building?
Why would you ever think we couldn't do it?
Or something changes, government changes. You're right.
Why are you doubting your existing staff that you're saying can do both of these things?
You're right. Okay, fair. So, what if the classification changes, U.S. Fish and Wildlife changes? I don't know. Anyway, long story short, we're going to get bigger. Why build a building that is 10 times bigger than we need for the next, and it sits there for the next 10 years until we get to that point? So,
in what world?
I have a couple. There's a huge question in the air of funding and liquidity also.
Yes.
Because if someone's like, I want you to build this giant building, and they give us the money to do it, then we build a fucking building.
Sure. I just don't think
The
that's
other
realistic.
thing, okay, fine, that's fair. The other thing is, this may be efficient and fine. Also, if we're talking about snakes specifically.
Yes.
So we're not as concerned about the snakes becoming habituated or whatever it is. So this might make sense. Realistically, it might be the most efficient way. We have, Lucas is taking care of these animals, and then he just walks through the door, and then he takes care of these animals. And Lucas has a brain, so he is like, this is different, and this is my system for this. We also have a more abstract responsibility to the viewer and the people that are following along here to make it very, very easy for them to understand.
Right.
And very simple, respectfully. We just don't want it to be too complicated.
Right.
And I do think that I think the physical distinction helps them understand that a lot.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna be like, wait, are these ones? Wait, will you let these go? And then the conversation's about he's non-releasable. He blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be like, well, why? They live in the exact same thing. Why can't you let this one go? You know what I mean? I can feel
It'll be
the
very
stupid
clear,
questions.
though.
I can feel the questions.
Patchy's very clear why she can't be let go. She's missing an eye. So in the amphibian and snake world, it is a very easy to you can't you're not worried about imprinting a birds. I understand. Amphibians, reptiles.
Then also though, the releasable snakes enclosures, if we're doing quantity, if we have 5 breeding pairs and we're trying to get them out, we're not going to have them in drawers, but they're not each going to have Apache enclosure, but they're going to be the same size. So
no,
then
they'll have a deck. We want to do it is a very much their real environment enclosures. They're going to be pretty much exact to the sanctuary side of it. The only thing is like we have to see about like cleaning of them, how to make it cleanable, because we'll rotate through.
Okay, and then vultures then, if they're right next to each other.
Also, I think it's really important too, like from having them in this kind of situation. Like when we went to San Diego to see the condors, like it's way more sterile, and it's way more important that like everything be sterile and clean.
What is? Sorry.
Like when we went to San Diego to see the condor breeding program, it's very sterile.
For the
Like,
human side with the eggs.
Yes.
Yes.
But like I think that like we would need a degree of that, like coming from this to this.
Not to start.
Why?
Why?
I think
I think from the very beginning we need to set that distinction, like that level of care for these individuals.
I need more caffeine. Like, oh, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break.
you can also. Are you done? You can be done.
No.
Okay.
I'm never done. I'll lock in. I'll stay locked.
Do you want to bring Coke out for me?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I think when the idea of anything Ari, because I never pictured anything Ari being here, like on the upper site.
Yeah.
And when that was brought up to me, and it was explained in like this logistically makes the most sense, and it's like going to be, and I was like, okay, I guess if we have to. I'm pretty like anti doing that.
I think if we're asking, like if the hope is that we bring in the funds to do it separately, like I think if that's what we want in general, like that would be our gold standard as the individuals who'll be working at the sites, then that's what we should ask for. Because I think it is just a lot easier. I think with as unpredictable as some humans are, and as predictable as others are, and both of those being quite. I thought he put his little paw up on like the little, like a little paw.
Hi, Guzzy.
And I think having two separate staffs also just makes way more sense because the care is so different.
Yeah.
And
the energy is so different.
So different.
Like I walk up to Cassie or Stompy, and I'm like,
babies.
because you want them to want to be around you because they're gonna be here forever. So that's doing right by them. But if I have to switch up from like Stompy to then walking in something and being as small as possible and like not making myself notice, like that is like mental space, and that's also putting a lot of trust. Our staff is fantastic and they're all very smart, but like it's not a good system. Like we should have a staff that's trained up entirely differently to operate completely differently. Oh my god, he's so cute.
What are you doing?
Look at him. He's cute.
He's part of the meeting.
He's part of the meeting.
I got it.
He's so tall.
So tall.
Can we do a pip? I can do a pip real quick.
Hold on, wait,
Bring him up. He's cute.
Oh, sorry. You don't have to do a pip. I'll just look. He put his little feet on the. Dang.
So cute.
He's part of the meeting. I gotta pee again. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Do you want me to do a pip?
Sure. You can join the meeting.
Enjoy the meeting.
How many people are watching us do this? It just says 2K on the iPad. Oh my god.
It says 2K.
This is crazy.
What?
Picture, frame picture,
He's so adorable.
top left.
He's so cute.
2.3K. Jesus Christ.
Peaked at 3K, I think.
You guys are seeing the behind the scenes. It's actually, it's not this combative normally.
I don't think it's combative. I think I can't hide my judging face. I don't have a good casual, I'm not judging face, especially when it comes to Connor.
Did this work? Okay. Thank you, Shazno. Oh, I put the space between the pip and the teal. Okay.
It's true. I really do judge Connor pretty harshly.
It's fine. It's fine.
I like to think of it as me pushing you to be the best version of yourself.
Thanks. I've got it though. I've got the idea. I can articulate it now. Once Maya comes back. You have stream up. Yeah, it's cute.
He's so cute. Oh, he's down.
I'm gonna take a nap real quick.
Power nap?
No. No, my brain is just like, it's not taking in all the inputs, and I needed that quick breather to be able to take in all the inputs, because like I was
Taking breaks when you need them is important.
I was narrowing it down. So, I guess I like it's the we can come up with a few plans, Kayla. I am just really afraid of getting too big too fast and something falling through the cracks.
Also, one of the other things is that like our staff is maxed out where we are right now. So like we're gonna have to bring in more people anyway. So
For sure.
why does it not make sense to keep them separate?
What? Why is Maya laughing?
Because something's funny.
Something funny. What we need a pilot. Here's my thoughts about it. We need a pilot program to know what we need. Because if I was handing $100 million right now, I wouldn't know how to build a huge breeding program, nor would we be accepted into having a big breeding program. We need a pilot of what we're about to do. Just like with the wolves.
Yeah, but then we should like I don't know, like putting them up here just seems wild. It seems wild for so many very, very rational reasons.
So, what I was telling Kayla is, I'm afraid of us growing too fast, too large and too fast, and missing something.
Okay.
Because if I was handing it $100 million right now,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know how to build these facilities. And then we need to establish ourselves in this world, in this conservation world first. So for the wolves, what, Kayla? What?
Connor, there has never been a minute when we've been talking about the wolf program at ARI that you have not been like, we are going to do our due diligence. We are going to contact all of the organizations. They're going to come out here. They're going to be part of the builds. They're going to be part of how we organize, how we feed. They're going to be part of everything. We're going to consult the experts that are already in the field. There's no reason that we shouldn't be able to get all of the information that we need to do it right. No? Maybe?
Good save. I don't know.
Hello?
But we're also doing a lot of innovative things that they aren't sure of if they will work as well.
He's here. He also wants to be in on the meeting.
So, like for the wolves, we're going to be given a pair for the first year to. What's he doing with his paw?
He has a question.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, yes, Maverick?
Well, it's not really a question, it's more of a comment. He thinks that I think the concept of like proving ourselves with like smaller incremental steps doesn't make a ton of sense to me when it comes to conservation breeding programs because of the tomfoolery that happens here. And like the seriousness, like the how distinctly different that program and what we do are. Like I don't want, like if we're in the business of proving ourselves, I don't want it to be like a room off to the side of this room that we're doing. You know what I mean? Like I want to be like, yeah, no, we're really doing it.
Fair. We will, and then if we start this,
Somebody said, wow, this dog should give a TED Talk.
Good point, Mabby.
Good point, Mabby.
so for like the Egyptian vultures that we want to do, we have no place to put them up here anyway.
Bless you. Bless you.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, so for like the reptile breeding, we're gonna put a building over there, and then we can just build a 20 by 10 off to the side that is very low investment to start that and learn, because we also need to learn. Yes, we'll have these organizations that will help us, but we have to learn internally that works for us. They don't do live cameras. They don't do what we do, and we need to learn all of our lessons before we make $1 million mistake. That's what I'm worried about making. But if we can make a $10,000 mistake, that's way better. And it's just like 1 or 2 years.
Give me an example of a mistake.
So let's say that for over here we need three-phase power. And we think we need three-phase power. So we bring it over here. We spend $100,000 to bring three-phase power from down the road. And then turns out we don't actually need it. And we blow up all of our lights because of a weird transistor. I don't know. That's not going to happen. But like we bring three-phase power in and we don't actually need it. And it's overkill. That's one example. I don't know. There was an example, Dr. Connie Woodman was like, there was this facility that built their facility super green, and they had low pressure water showers, and because in their between their animals they would hose off, like they'd have like the like you have the suits on, like for the pathogens and stuff like that, because they were using low water flow. In theory it looked fine, but in practice it was not strong enough water pressure to rinse off the pathogen, and they ended up infecting all of their other animals with this disease. And they lost millions of dollars and had huge issues because they chose to use low pressure, like water saving shower nozzles. I don't know.
So
I can't predict the future.
Smart staller. Start smaller with the infrastructure that we already have. Gives us more time and opportunity to learn from our mistakes and do this right the first time. But with the wolves as an example, we just have as much information as possible from as many different facilities as possible, and we do our due diligence
We're
anyway.
gonna do that anyway.
Right.
But that we're also doing things.
But following your train of thought, we never ever would have started with wolves.
What do you mean?
I mean,
Yeah.
wolves is a huge investment.
Right.
And it's so easy to make huge, costly mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, we would have started with just
like,
reptiles.
snakes. Right.
We're already...
No, it's species. It's like species and division specific.
Yeah, but like
So
if your concern is money, then like again,
we've already. Well, here's the thing. We've already kind of tested the wolves with the wolf dogs. So that type, our contractors know how to build this much more efficiently. We know how to do the live cams. We're doing drone drops currently. We know how to do water features that they're not going to mess with.
they do.
They're not like destroying it.
Have you seen the spray foam around the rocks?
Like, okay, yeah, we learned not to use spray foam then when we're down here.
Yeah, but the point is that enclosure and the one that we have to build for the wolf dogs, even though we know how to build it, still tons of thought needs to go into that.
It's totally different. I mean,
Totally
we also have
different.
snakes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like what?
We can build. Yeah, I mean, like we've already like done some testing for it. I don't like we just like at the end of the day we just need to do I think we need to do a pilot, and that's like a 2-year thing.
Where would we even put it? If we did entertain the 2-site idea, Alveus Sanctuary site idea, if we needed a reptile building down there, that's what?
I wouldn't put a reptile building down there.
How? That's what? Size, dimensions-wise?
I don't know.
50,
Lucas is working on it.
50, 40 by...
Depends on what
30,
reptiles we
whatever,
want to do.
okay.
We need to leave it expandable for the future too.
There's... Where would it even go? And then, like... Vultures, where would they go? Like, in that oak grove? No?
I mean, any of this, we're having to buy more land.
Okay. Because otherwise, that right there, that's a campus
That's a campus for people.
for people.
Yeah.
And we don't want the releasables there. Wolf Mountain is occupied.
Yeah.
That oak grove, we couldn't build in unless we took out all the trees.
Right.
Which, like...
Don't want to do that.
And then, where we were considering putting the building the first time by the road, that's one thing that could go there. If we want, like, if a reptile building could go there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But only that.
Yeah.
So, if we wanted to keep it Ari entirely separate, yeah, we do need more land. And even if we do buy another piece of land, that's just wolves. Like...
I mean, max wolf enclosure size should be like an acre, but it depends on how many wolves we want to do, you know? Do we want to have multiple pairs that we're getting really good at releasing? Because our current one is red
It's
and
not up to
Mexicans.
us.
That's why we need to do it once and establish ourselves and show that we can do it differently and better, and then we
But
can
we're not
build out
talking
from
about
there.
the wolves, we're talking about the reptiles. The wolves is already doing that. We've already determined, like, the wolves, that's being done. The wolves aren't going to be up here. We're talking about the ones that you want to put up here.
Reptiles is easy, simple, off to the side. Vultures
But, yeah, it's easy,
is...
but I think you underestimate the, like, just like, I think having staff do both, or having separate staff on the same property doing two different things, will get tiresome. I think it will make things much more difficult, and we will have to address those problems in the long run regardless.
So we're going to have a transition period where eventually we'll get to a point where we will split them, for sure.
We can't start them and then split them. We can't be like, we have to do this now, but we're going to take you back. You can't do that.
So for reptile breeding, if we were doing very basic, it's once a week feedings and changing out newspapers in their bins once a week. I don't want to do that. We'll see what U.S. Fish and Wildlife allows us to do if we can build natural enclosures. It's very basic. I'm happy to do that work. Vultures. It's carcass drops for the Cape vultures.
Also,
1 to 2 carcass drops in like a week. And then rough cleaning. You can't do much else with them.
What about
Same for wolves, 1 or 2 carcasses a week.
what about cleaning for vultures? That, like, if they're in the same place and the cameras are in the same place, like, ambassador birds will get to clean really well and often. And then vultures will just look...
Vultures, no, you can. It's going to be tough, though, with 10, and we're going to have, like, fake rocks and stuff. And it is just going to look like a vulture enclosure out in the wild, which is
Right.
a lot of stained poop on it.
Yeah, I know. But
We'll
like,
be able to clean it. Except when there's babies there, then we won't be able to do that. But we'll be able to clean that pretty well. Reptiles, same. Wolves, no, but you're not going to really see it. And those are a bit different. So my other thing is, like, okay, so we have the pilot enclosure over here. If we're thinking down the line of this, we are going to have breeding pairs will potentially age out of being able to breed, and they're still our responsibility. So they can shift to those ambassador sanctuary enclosures as well. So we can start with having the vultures up here for the first 2 or 3 years. And then build, like, if we want to do vultures over here, like, we can't start, like, permitting, land acquisition, everything.
But if you put them up here, construction, done.
Yeah.
It's done up there. So, like, the 3 enclosures that you have mapped out, irrelevant. Because the second there's releasable birds up there, or birds that we have to treat differently, no construction, no renos, no skid steer.
Just when there's chicks, yeah.
Yeah.
Just when there's chicks, yeah. There's a small portion of the year, fine.
There's several months.
Yeah, it's fine. Easy.
All right, I'm gonna go back to my original point. I think it's super unprofessional. And I don't like it.
I just don't want to waste money. But I think we'll get to the point where we're professional enough.
Yeah, it is, because they're both valid.
Yeah.
We need. Here's our starting point. Here's our transition plan. Here's our end goal. You're talking end goal, and like we can get there so fast, and I'm over here like, no, we have this long transition period to where we can get to this perfect, system that we're wanting to get to. It's just going to take us a little bit, and I want to have a smooth road as much as possible, and I don't want to burn people out either. So you can be very thoughtful about how we acquire people, but also there's some other things I'll talk about off camera that I'm concerned about when it comes to like the funding side of things, but like it's not always guaranteed. So how do we keep ourselves still lean and not bloated? And I think we need to also think about what these programs look like in 40 years when some of these animals are like aged out. Like, at the American Eagle Foundation, they had breeding pairs that were no longer breeding, and they just kind of hung out there.
Yeah, but the vultures, that wouldn't be an issue. They could still be in that enclosure.
Yeah.
That's fine.
And I'm thinking,
like, bald eagle, I mean, that's what we did with the bald eagles at Dollywood as well. Like, they aged out, they just went to a big enclosure with other eagles.
I also think even if they're like aged out and non-releasable, even if we get Cape vultures that are permanently injured that we know can't be released, I still don't want us to talk to them like, hey buddy, they do it. Like, I just think they should be presented differently. Like, I feel like they should feel different from Alveus ambassadors.
We're gonna have some that are gonna come preconditioned that are going to interact like an ambassador from the Cape vultures. Egyptian vultures will be so different. But the Cape vultures, like,
some of them will be friendly, is what you're saying.
I think most of them, because I think most of them are going to be the friendly ones.
I just don't want them to get confused with ambassadors. Like,
they can still be ambassadors, though, in a way, because we're gonna have cameras on.
Right, but I want that. I'm. Yeah, I don't know how I want them to feel. I just want them to feel different. I want it to feel like a different program. Like, I want it to feel.
Yeah, fair.
I also think that it really is important. I don't think we can minimize like the importance of like having releasable birds and having them have constant, like, predictable human sounds all the time. And I don't know how we just like. I don't know how we justify that.
Let's just map this out and see what's realistic, because we're just talking pie in the sky stuff, and I don't know what's realistic. And then we can ask for money, we can see where it goes, and we can come up with plan A, B, and C to adjust for all the variables.
That's fine. I do agree that the vultures, when there are not babies, like, we will try to scale and kennel train them. That's true. So like the non-releasable ones, certainly they will probably be ambassadors with names. But I also think that alone becomes confusing in its own way.
Yeah.
Because obviously their care is going to change throughout the year based on whether or not they have babies.
Right. Right.
And I think having them separate further like reinforces that like they have babies, but they also have like very unique jobs.
Also, from a viewer perspective, like if I don't know anything about, like if I'm just a normal person watching these cameras, and vultures are, and they're together, and then they're watching like you and Shruti kennel train a Cape vulture on camera, and then they know like, but this vulture could have babies, and the babies could be released because she's a part of our endangered species breeding program. Then it's like, well, aren't all the ambassadors like why? So then why do we take Stompy and Noli's eggs? You know what I mean? Like, and that people being just, and I know why, we know why,
Right.
but isn't that confusing? And like one thing that we don't get a lot of pushback, but one of the most common things is like, why don't you why is he in a cage? Why don't you let him go? Right? Like but they should be in the wild. And at Alveus, it's my easy peasy, handy dandy, reliable explanation is that they're non-releasable ambassadors, and if they could be in the wild, they would be. Mm-hmm. Right? So like, I just feel like it like muddies it a little bit. And I know we're like really like knee deep right now talking about this. So if you want to back up and just like, you want to go over like what's realistic, you want to go like timeline, like what how do you want to do that, or are you saying not do that right now?
Give me 2 minutes and
Okay.
we can go wherever we want to go because we need to figure this out.
No, I know.
So I'm gonna like go do some pull-ups real quick.
Okay. It's like at the rehab center, I really didn't like having the ambassadors anywhere near the releasable ones.
Yeah.
You know, like.
And like I said, I think from a professional level, like in order to switch back and forth, like for care staff, I would say like all of the ambassador care needs to be done first, and all of the other animals need to be done second, and there needs to be a change of clothes and a change of shoes, and like there needs to be a distinction, like and a whole behavioral shift.
Yeah. Even like.
And I
shirts.
think different, literally.
Yeah. Like.
I think it's so
Like it
important
says Ari on the back.
that people see that the way that we move around them is different. And again, that is going to be confusing with like an animal like the vultures, because like it won't always be that way. Because they can, as long as we're very careful about them not seeing us when we feed when they have babies, because like we don't want to be spending money, like we don't want the babies to know that like the adults are comfortable around people either. So as long as we're not in, it's
I also
it's a
think
lot.
like overlays should be different. Like I think that like if there's an Ari cam, I think it should have a different color border. I think it should be like so distinctly obvious. And then, you know, if they're
Somebody in here said that that Ari should have its own channel.
no. I think we could have slots where there's like, no, fuck no, Chad, sorry. That, you know, people saying, oh yeah, separate a different shit, yeah, that'd be nice. No. That's the time investment in building up a channel and like monetizing it and making it worth and make sense doesn't make, like the community needs to all be in one place. Having two separate chats and like dividing the community that way does not make sense. Everybody needs to have like a home to come back to. One, it gets more confusing. I think that there can be slots for like Ari cameras or slots for Alveus cameras, and maybe the overlays are different and it's very clear which ones you're watching. But we can't have two chats and two things to monitor. And like two different sub counts and the accounting of it all. It just doesn't make sense. And then a different YouTube? No, maybe a playlist on our YouTube channel. But we gotta stay. It's gotta all be under one umbrella.
Somebody asked about having separate staff. I think separate staff makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm. if we had them up here, what are the most obvious ways to make the distinction? In my head, it's like, okay, like the color of the door frame. If it wasn't obnoxious or like not naturalistic or like bad for the animal, it would be like literally the entire room is painted red. So it's like so like
Obvious.
Yeah, it's so different. But that doesn't make sense.
I think white rooms could make sense. Yeah, white gives that like sterile vibe. Because the colors.
I guess the outside. Well, no, like for a vulture enclosure, it's like would the posts be painted a different
I think
color?
if we did an outside, I genuinely, if we did a vulture enclosure up here, I think the entire thing would have to have a solid fence all the way around it, which also is less enriching for them. Like we would have to make sure that they cannot see people during
So
the time that they have babies.
we're already moving wolves over to a potential new piece of property if we're able to acquire it. If we plan out this new, we can plan out this new property in segments, and we can strategically drop power, fiber, and we have to drill a well for this, but we can strategically build it out, yeah. That's fine. So move vultures over here.
What is that, like $50,000 to drill a well?
Oh, well. I don't,
60.
this one that was done,
Less than 100, surely.
it is.
Okay.
I think he said it was like 40 for this one here, but it's lower. It depends on where you put it.
Okay, whatever, sorry.
But yeah, less than 100.
Okay.
Wolves are going to be at mountain, so we're going to have Wolf Mountain for sure. And then...
Chat, we're not doing more channels. I'm just gonna, sorry.
And then right next to our house where we're going to put the red wolves, we're now probably going to turn that into our East Campus and not go where we originally thought, because we ran into a lot of floodplain issues. And doing things with the Living Building Challenge and other stuff, it just became way too expensive. It's actually way cheaper to move it to this open field and gives us more expandability. Yeah. For reptiles, we could have depending on where we want to put it, it could go in the front there by the road. And it can give us a lot more expandability potentially. I think in the short term, to do the proving model, I think you could just even keep it off stream. For U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we're going to have to dip our toes at first before we do a full jump. We have to do some proof of concepts to prove a lot of this. I think we can do it in the reptile building in like a year or two, and then build it out really nicely over here as well. To learn, I think we can make really tiny, cheap mistakes, and then over here we will not make any big mistakes.
To put
Also-
a building where Ari was originally going to go by the road, we would have to run power, water, Ethernet.
Power, easy. I gotta look at, there's a power line going through there. I gotta make sure if we do a one-story building, we might not have to move that power line. But if we have to move that power line, it's expensive. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know where that building goes, because that property is a little tough.
Where would we put it in the reptile? This reptile room?
No. When we build a reptile building, that we're wanting to build anyway.
What if we have them in the same building, but there isn't a door inside between the two?
Sure.
What?
There's no door connecting them. It's one building, but there's a solid wall. Like, to get into this side, you have to go through this door.
Sure,
To get into this side, you have to go through this door.
It's also fine.
Sure. That's just
I
annoying
think
for the
building
caretaker.
should be like half, like painted. I think there should be a line down the middle of the building.
The wall. I mean, it was gonna be a full wall. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm from the outside.
I mean, just make it two separate buildings. It's just, it's only like
Make it a separate building. Where we should put the building. Because of
power, water, all that. Yeah, fiber.
But like the hope is that we would eventually put a building down there.
And then that could be converted into more ambassador space too, as it grows. We like Alveus grows so fast, and like how many we've already changed Ari up. You know, like I also just don't want to invest and put ourselves in a corner and then something changes dramatically, because the other point of Alveus is being nimble and fast to shift to changing conservation shifts.
So, okay, let's back up. Are we abandoning branches?
What? What do you mean?
Well, okay, so we either have Alveus Sanctuary. Alveus Sanctuary is just like our home and where we operate out of. And then we have branches. Or we have Alveus Sanctuary, Ari, species. Those are like our two different structures that we do need to decide on, and it's a really big deal to pick.
I love the marketing of branches. I just don't know how we can make it work. We can keep thinking on it. I think the more traditional structure
is everything operating out of Ari.
Yeah.
And just species programs.
Yep.
Not,
So Alveus, Sanctuary, Ari.
Which is what we've been doing so far. It's just branches was like the new idea.
Yeah. Real quick.
And Ari still could do global work.
Yeah. Kelsey from World Bird said, if you start small to do the proof of concept as Connor's idea, you can then transition those smaller areas into quarantine areas, or for older individuals / animals with special needs, rescue in the future. That's a better way of saying it. And then you have time to learn and show partners you can do it, and then doesn't feel like of it is a waste.
Hi, Kelsey.
That's like a better way to say it, a more concise way, yes.
I think that works for the reptiles.
Yeah, we're already moving vultures over, so that's fine.
Okay.
Wait, where?
To the wolflands.
I feel like there was a lot of resistance in moving the vultures for a while, and then it just kind of happened.
I just quit fighting it.
Where?
To the wolfland.
Vultures there?
Yeah, I guess.
Somewhere?
I don't know where else to put them.
I guess the wolves are only like, what, 2 acres or something, and then...
Yeah, we could probably build some expandability systems.
So we would start, we would start with reptiles first, and then do vultures. So then we wouldn't start vultures until we have that land, right?
Yeah. Thanks. Whose brain hurts? Kayla's resilient.
I don't think I'm resilient. I just think I'm pretty, like, as far as like the welfare of the animals goes, I'm very confident in what I want for them.
Well, I think we've just found ourselves in the middle here.
Yeah.
If we commit to vultures only going down there, I don't mind the idea of doing this reptile building and doing a pilot program for snakes up here. It's just that is the only one, and then if there's only one exception to it, it's a lot easier to explain to people.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, it also,
I don't even...
Yeah, it's like you said, and we said a little while ago, like if it was going to be one of them, reptiles makes the most sense.
Yeah. And that building would be easy to build out into something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, if that program explodes and we want to move it down there,
Yeah.
we can. I can also just never bring collabs in there. I mean, it can just be like, this is a pilot program, don't touch that.
Sure.
You know, like, don't worry about this. This is a totally separate thing. We're working at whatever. And that's fine for several years. Yeah. If where you have to build a building anyway. Sure.
It is so windy.
If we're trying to pitch that one building to one donor, it's like more confusing for sure. But
Not necessarily.
it is.
Why?
I think you could pitch both.
There's a breeding component inside of this building, and
I still maintain that like the gold standard would be to have them separate.
Yeah, and I think that's the plan.
I really maintain that. And like if we could do that to start with, I think it would be easier for everybody's brains. It might not be easier mistake-wise, but like in the execution of all of the things that would follow, it would be easier if they were separate from the get-go. I understand that's not maybe possible, but like if it is an option with the funding.
It's not funding.
What is it?
It's being given credibility and clearance by the institutions that are currently doing it.
But I think like if we did that, like if we build a building, it doesn't have to be full of everything at the start. You can still start small in a building, and you can make it so that that building can be easily added onto or changed. The same that we make things up here and we say like, oh, we'll make this way.
Or we can build it right the first time, just like you always tell us to do.
This wouldn't be building it right the first time. That would be.
Like once we've learned, we can build it right the first time over here.
Well, we'd be building it the second time because we've already built it one time over here.
I wouldn't be making a $2 million mistake over here though.
Okay. I don't think that's what I was getting at, but if that's what you want to take away from it, that's cool.
This is a building that we're going to build anyway, that we have to build anyway, for the reptiles that we're rescuing as Alveus Sanctuary. Easy to add on to here, whatever. Like, so whatever happens to that snake breeding program, we don't have an extra building. What?
What if there are these tiny modular buildings that we can get, not tiny houses, but tiny modular buildings that we can retrofit or purchase for.
I was literally just going to say, why would you say retrofit right now? She hates that word. You know she hates that word.
All right, putting it on my head.
It's like a shipping container. Or
better. That's not better.
It's like a tiny house.
Like a shed.
I'm going with you.
That it's like pre-built off-site that is movable, that can be turned into something else in the future. We can place that off and away, off in the corner, and that can be the pilot program for it, because we will not be given
like a double wide.
Yeah, something like that. Could be something that could be converted later to intern housing or something. So it's not ever a waste of money, and it is just the place where we test and start. It's a proof of concept, and once we can have that proof of concept, then we can go to that big building.
That I don't mind. If we got like a double wide, and we do all of the utilities and everything that we need with the intention of it being intern housing eventually, because we do want that, and we can't fit it in the buildings like we wanted to originally. Mm-hmm. And then we're building intern housing, but our plan is to use it for several years as a pilot program for snake breeding. That could work. I think that makes sense. And then it would be down there.
It would be down there.
Yes. And it's also movable. And so if we want to like move the intern housing somewhere else, we could do that. But for a couple years or whatever, it would just be for snakes. And then we're not out money.
I love that.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like we'll make very many large mistakes for wolves. I mean, because we've already like, I have a rough proof of concept here-ish. And here we're going to have all these.
I don't think you have the proof of concept you think you have.
But we'll have the experts come down and clear it for us here. Mm-hmm. But like zip lines have been done. St. Louis, Nature Wolf Center, they've done zip lines. So like, cool. And then birds, we've done, me and you have done lots of bird things. And I'd feel very confident that Lucas could be here and could be like, he might say, I could build you out a crazy thing, and I feel so confident in this, and maybe this changes everything. But we also, like, at the level that we're going with the life support systems, if we can get it really locked in and dialed in with the new tech for everything in this modular trailer, like, man, we're just going to be able to just go so much faster instead of building this huge
be a building.
complex thing. What?
It could also just be a building. Like we're like building intern housing, but it will eventually be intern housing, but right now it's
Right.
this.
Sure.
And it could be where Ari was originally going to go by the road. Because that's like, eventually for interns to live there, it's close to the road, it's far enough away from you guys, it's far enough away from release candidates.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So, intern housing, snake building to intern housing, and we just have to have the funding to like, to do that.
Yeah.
And then the donor has to understand why we're doing that, which,
I think anybody that we're talking to would very much understand that and appreciate that.
Okay.
My brain is also dead.
I think that makes sense. Cool. So are we abandoning branches?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so sad about that, but I can't.
I think the thing that you're sad about, or what I'm sad about, is the
potential.
marketing. But
Yes.
we can still do really good marketing within these programs.
Yes.
In the form of series
Yes.
and seasons and content pieces.
Yes.
So I think that that's fine. Okay. So we have Alveus, so we need to change our domain. we need to change our domain to alveus.org, and we need to change all of our socials. We need to get our handles changed.
We will be sure not to muddy the waters between Ari and Alveus Sanctuary Ambassadors.
Yeah.
We will figure that out.
Well, I mean, with this solution, it is two separate.
It is two separate.
It is two separate things.
Yes.
I think it's great.
Yes.
Okay.
We already own Alveus.org.
Oh, dope.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
now.
That just becomes the main. I mean, like, once we make that transition, yeah.
Anyone know anybody? We'll deal with this later. But like our handles as well.
You got connects.
I do got connects. We can do our best.
No yoinking.
Nobody yoink. Space, can you go check Alveus on all these? Well, actually no, but I don't want the new account. I want to change ours, so it doesn't really matter.
We do have a trademark, so we can use that.
Okay. Actually, no, Space, do go check if you're watching still. Or Jacob, because you're watching for some reason. You've been here the whole time, even though you're off today. Might as well.
Alveus Research and Recovery Institute. That's what RE stands for.
Yes. But cool. Cool. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. This makes sense. So in bringing in donors, it's just to expand programs under RE. So we need a donor that likes snakes. We need a donor that likes vultures. We need a donor or corporate sponsors that like those things. And then it's also smaller.
Yeah, it opens up for smaller donations.
Yeah, it's like they don't have to be 7-figure donations to do a program for blank.
All right, you want to talk about staff requirements?
And then what? Whoa. And then are we kind of semi-abandoning the excursions thing? No. Okay.
I think, like, as much as the branches were very cool, I think having individual species, like I said, the branches are just so big. They're so big. And I think having specific ones, to some extent, makes sense. Because I think it makes it more, like, tangible. Like, this is where we're making the difference. And I guess it would have been that way anyway. But the branches would have just become, like, another group between the eventual, like, all of the species, you know?
Jacob, that would be great.
Because if you were going to be like, vultures are part of the Sky program, which is part of Alveus, like, you wouldn't say the Sky program. You would just be like, the Vulture program, regardless of what the name of it was.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then And then excursions. Then I just feel like tumbles down the line a little bit more in my brain for some reason right now. Like, because it's just Ari. This is just Ari again. It's like we expand into different species. We ideally put live cams on those species in the wild, you know, and like collabs. It just feels further down the line. Like it's just an extra part of that model that already exists.
Yeah, education is going to weave throughout. I mean, like sanctuary ambassadors, wild ambassadors. I mean, it's all for conservation, so it is going to be a little muddy to like split it out. But I don't think there's a way around it.
It's also easier to. It's one less step to explain to people of like, or when I'm doing the elevator of like, it's easy to explain Alveus to Ari to putting cameras on them in the wild in this ambassador model, and they care about these individuals now. They care about the wildlands. Boom, bam, conservation done. Adding on to like, and then eventually we also do these collabs at the sanctuary, and then we'll bring the collabs out there, and then we'll do. But it's like more.
What's different about your first pitch versus what you just said?
The second one is double the length.
But you said the same thing in the first pitch, did you not?
No, 2 separate pitches.
But it sounded like the exact same to me.
Alveus to Ari, putting cams in the wild. These people love the wolves.
Yeah.
Conservation.
Okay.
Plus, we do these collabs at Alveus where we bring content creators out, and then we do all this stuff on their platforms, and then we bring them out to the wild where we release these wolves,
Perfect.
and then they use their platforms to get their viewers to love them also. So we do these like excursions too, and this is like another hustle. That's an additional several sentences on the pitch.
Okay, sure. I don't know.
I got 15 minutes in 4 days to explain this, is also what I'm thinking. So like, how important is that excursion part of Ari to us? Like, do I want to find a way to concisely incorporate it into the pitch, or do we want to think about that later?
I think that's also the part with like the hardest thing to like quantify for somebody who's not familiar with like what we do.
Yeah, it's a lot to explain.
Like it's a lot to like quantify the impact that could potentially have.
I wouldn't do that yet.
You know what I mean?
Actually, because excursions we can't launch. You're not gonna have time.
We can't launch with Ari or with wolves. I really don't know what that would look like right now. What are we gonna go out to like?
We got
the border
5 years
and camp.
Like we cannot develop excursions and all that we're doing.
Yeah.
Unless we find someone really talented that thinks exactly like us that we can bring in for this.
And then.
So that's a hold off.
Vultures,
that's an elevation of Ari in the future.
And then with vultures, there's nothing that makes sense right now because paragliding does not make sense with Cape vultures. We would need like a whole facility for that, and like a whole like years and years and years down the line.
Yes, correct.
And like going out to see them like me and adopted in South Africa, we could maybe do that once a year, but it's a fucking schlep.
Yeah.
You know, and like it's hard to set up.
Yep.
And so that's not really realistic to pitch as a series to anybody.
Right.
And then with snakes, it's like, when do we go out to the desert and like try to find them? Yeah. Like I don't know that makes sense right now either. Okay, so let's kick that rock.
I think that's a way we can elevate it in the future for some additional pitches, and it can help with the founders thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
To bring founders in, because they can have access to those experiences as well.
Okay. So we're back to Ari. Okay, cool, good. No, this is good.
Anybody else out?
Yeah, you can take. You want to just dump that. The rest of it. Jacob, you can just like text me if you have any leads, and we'll figure out like what makes the most sense to send over. We have a lot of material.
Figure out staff.
Alveus has 3 focuses. The Sanctuary, where we do collabs with ambassadors. The Institute, where we focus on recovery and research. And Excursions, where we combine the 2 in the wild. Is like good language, but we're kicking Excursions down the line a little bit. Hang on. Yes, staff. Hey.
My brain is dead. How's it going, Ian?
Great.
Add more doors. Chat, how are you guys doing? What do you think about this? Does it hurt anybody else's brain? Do you like the transparency? It is kind of crazy to do this in front of 2.5 thousand people. It is, you're getting to see it all. Maverick, come here. 2.6. Oh, Lucas, I am on stream. Is it a question about the build out? Here, I'll leave it to Kayla. I'll just step off for a second. You go. Just,
What?
you're holding it down, Kayla.
Okay. Chat, how's it going?
Change your plan.
Thank you. I got this in Nepal.
Change your plan with breathing.
It's been here for a long time.
I think we need to hold off on the breathing side right now. They're talking about
The baby owls are so cute. Oh, we haven't really updated you since the vet visit, huh? Connor, they can hear you. I don't know if you care. He left his mic here. All of my cats are great. They're doing great. One of my cats was recently diagnosed with hyperthyroidism, and we started her on medication, and I'm training her to take the pills off of the plate by themselves, and she's doing great, which is nice. I do not know how long Kasi will be in his temporary enclosure. Probably a couple months. The emus are slated to be finished first, which hopefully won't take too much longer. And then I think the plan is to start really breaking down Kasi's enclosure. Great to see Claire in the art auction. Yeah, she's thriving. We have 8 cats. The emus had eggs. Noli stopped laying a good while ago. I think she laid about 15. About that. Kasi's enclosure will go somewhere across from the foxes and beside somewhere along the same line of land that the marmosets are on. We brought, so the three females that were outside are inside. So Connor and I moved with 5, and we've brought 3 more inside. There are still 2 males that we are working towards getting neutered. Our hope is to build, we have a fenced-in backyard, is to build kind of an outside sanctuary for them that they can't get out of, so they could still be outside cats, because I don't think we could actually bring two more males inside the house without all of our cats losing their minds. And I'm sure there are people that we could reach out to for rehousing them, but I live here, so I don't really know that many people in the state of Texas. So building them a space that they could hang out outside would be nice. We actually only have 4 litter boxes, but I scoop them obsessively. Obsessively. Somebody came over to the house recently and they were like, "It's really amazing." And I was like, "What?" And they said, "You have a house with 8 cats. A house full of cats, and somehow it doesn't smell like you have 8 cats." And I was like, that's quite possibly the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. So I scoop their litter boxes quite obsessively. We have Roombas running all the time. We vacuum frequently. I Chlorohex my counters frequently because my cats have the run of the place, and I do not. They live there 24/7. They go where they want. So we're just kind of obsessive about keeping things as tidy as we said. They do walk on our pillows, and that's just where we are. So it is what it is. We have many Roombas. I think we have 3. I think we have 3 that run. So yeah, the cats own the house. It's their house. I just live there. What are all of their names? Their names are Claire, Joyce, Bones, Sullivan, Sully, Bess, Magpie, Grackle, and Maxine. Will you ever do any other cooking streams? Connor and I have talked about getting back into streaming. There's a lot going on, obviously, at Alveus that has kind of pulled us away from getting back on stream just because we've been really, really busy here. But I have worked my way to a plant-based diet, which I'm really stoked about. So maybe when we get a little bit more time, we'll go back to streaming plant-based recipes. And that would be cool. They're all very tasty, so that's fun.
You both had calls?
Yeah, he's on the phone with Lucas.
Okay.
Do you get any downtime? It depends on how you define downtime.
Yeah, what is downtime? I'm off today, chat. Alright.
Have I gotten Connor onto the plant-based diet? He's getting there. I did, he wanted me to buy him, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. It is what it is. He wanted me to buy him more eggs, and I said, really? And he said, should I eat something else? And I said, you could. And he said, fine, don't buy me eggs. And I said, I think I just peer pressured you into that, but it's fine.
Bullying him into plant-based.
It's fine, yeah. I mean, he eats what I eat for dinner, so, like, his dinners are all plant-based. So. They are certified humane eggs, yes. Of course. Of course. But he likes all of the stuff that we make, so all the stuff that I make. So it's going swimmingly.
Okay. So. Okay. Great. So we have Alveus, we have the Sanctuary, we have Ari. We're back to where we started with Ari.
Yes.
Ari, so, and then we'll just have a bunch of different species within Ari. We'll just have to find sponsors for those species. And then eventually, and it's global in the sense that we'll do vultures and we'll release them in frickin' Africa. Mm-hmm. And then we'll do other species that we'll release in blank. And that'll be great. And that still means that we are partnering with other NGOs in, like, across the world. The thing that separates us for the sake of, like, investors and all those conversations is the storytelling and the live, or the internet part. Watching their stories from birth and under human care to watching them in the wild. Hello.
Hi.
Where are we now? We have Alveus, we have the Sanctuary, we have Ari, and we have a bunch of different species under Ari Wahoo.
Yep.
Great. In my funding proposal, I do have some stuff to delete, which is fine.
Oh, that's so awesome. After seeing the World Bird Sanctuary owls, I am ready to fight for their land to be safe. Ari will do great.
Oh yeah, I gotta delete my whole presentation too.
Yeah. It's fine.
That's fine.
And So for the funding proposal, it's like coming up with that unique value proposition for why it's different from any other safe program in the nation, and like what differentiates us, and it's storytelling and it's virtual
Accessibility.
accessibility. Okay, storytelling, virtual accessibility. Great. Yes. Staff structure. You want to talk about that?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to take the lead. You want me? Would you like me to?
Accountant.
Yeah.
We need like 15 more people. Okay, so we kind of probably need to do it in phases. So this is probably, we need to do a timeline here. Okay.
So straight ass line.
It's as straight as me. So we're gonna have we're already having we're I got it. Okay. So we're already running out of office space, so office needs to happen kind of soon, and we got to just build both of those at the same time. But we can, now that we're kind of getting this figured out, after your funding proposal's done, we're gonna start working really hard on getting the wolf stuff cleared. Because I'm going to hold off on vultures now until we get property, but we can at least do one wolf enclosure and get that going, because we could get a pair here, you know,
We can get non-releasable vultures
yeah.
for that, and it could be the same species just for the sake of like priming the program. It's not necessary. I'm just saying like we don't have to like, never think. Yeah, we don't have to not think about vultures like in that big enclosure. Could be. Okay. They would not be a part of ARI. They would not be a part of. They would be ambassadors.
Yeah, no, they could.
Just
They could.
just throwing that out there.
So, funding proposal is our start.
Yeah.
Funding
Mia.
proposal.
Mia.
And then we go wolf build, which we don't need to add any more staff if we're just getting 2 additional
I agree. Yes.
wolves.
Yes.
It's gonna be hard coming up with the food source, which we'll have to figure that one out later, but we would require that. So wolf. Here.
Orange whiskey with vanilla Coke. That sounds awesome.
Orange whiskey?
Yeah.
What's oh, yeah.
Why is she so loud? Because she's a parrot.
Okay. Wolves here, and then let's say that the funding proposal happened, or like you get
$1 bajillion.
yeah.
$1 bajillion. How many zeros is that?
So we get that money. We
At least 15.
start build, hire in. We need an in-house accountant at that point. Accountant. So I'm going to start when we hire. We need a executive assistant.
That's all me. I'm you want to have this conversation right now? I will have an executive assistant. Alveus does not need an assistant. I will have an assistant, and they will be on my payroll, and everything that they do will be Alveus related. but that's fine.
You can't offer benefits. No one's going to be your assistant. You can't offer them benefits.
Why?
You don't have the infrastructure for it. I mean, you can buy them health insurance outright,
Health insurance outright.
but like it's going to be outrageously expensive. Outrageous versus our group insurance. And providing for matching contributions, you're gonna and like employee compensation.
Not Chandler. Chandler was a PA, a personal assistant, and I love Chandler, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for an executive. I will have an executive assistant. That's a valid point.
You don't have the infrastructure. You would have to manage that infrastructure. They couldn't manage that infrastructure for themselves. You don't have the time for that. That defeats the point of executive assistant. I'm getting another caffeine for this bullshit.
Can I share it?
Share what?
Are you getting a thing?
Yes.
Yeah, let me share it.
Stretch shoulders. Important.
So, a way for them to get benefits would be split it.
So we can do what we can do is a minimum for a person to get benefits at Alveus is 30 hours.
Yeah.
So we can have a contract where this executive assistant does 30 hours at Alveus, which is like plenty. And then you can hire them on for 10 or 20.
I need them more than 10 or 20 hours a week. For sure.
You can 30 hour, yeah. For Alveus stuff, yeah.
Well, that's the freaking hard part, isn't it? It's all the same. It's all the same. But I don't want someone on an Alveus salary where I'm like, can you mail my Etsy stuff? And I don't want to have to think about that all the time. I mean, not often, but I just don't want to I don't want to have to think about that. I just want to pay them myself.
What are you doing here?
Hiding.
Okay.
How much is it to pay for benefits?
I don't even know how to guess. I'm not
I feel
giving
like I can do that. I feel like I can just do that. For one person, I feel like I can just do that.
We have an economy of scale that it's more cost effective and they can get better. And there's a system in place. I mean, I'm sure you could, but there is so much work. There's so much work for an executive. If you can't fill 40 hours a week of Alveus stuff, then directors can fill that with work. There's plenty. Now, if you're talking outside of that, we can either have 30 hours Alveus and then 20 plus for personal, which is your own contract with them separate. But the base is always Alveus. There's plenty of.
The other thing from a principal
if you
perspective
just want
and
it
a
to be
personal
yours,
perspective is every fucking time I hire someone to help me, they end up fucking here. They end up working here.
Yes.
Every time they end up doing Alveus stuff because I'm I'm paying you, so this would be good for Alveus. Just do this, this is this. Every single freaking time they end up working here, and I need to be intentional about having someone that is mine, that is there for me, that does not, and they will. They will naturally funnel in. If I'm traveling for a week and I'm networking for a freaking week, and then they're here, I will have them here working their 40 hours sitting with Jacob helping him with something probably, but that's fine. But if I'm paying them, then it's I need to be, they have to be mine.
All right.
So I just need to figure out benefits.
Sorry.
And then I need to pay them a salary. What is wrong with that? Why are you so upset about that?
I'm getting deets about how you can do benefits. You just have to have people manage this, and we already have the infrastructure here.
People manage what? What needs to be? It's one person. It's not like I need HR. It's me and one person.
Okay. It just comes down to money efficiency. It's not efficient. You're going to be burning money for no reason, but that's fine. It's your money.
I'm burning money to invest in my longevity as the executive director of this organization.
I'm saying you can do the exact same without burning money, though.
It's Alveus' money. It's way worse than burning my money.
You can do whatever you want. That's fine.
Such a cop-out. Sorry, what? I didn't mean to say that out loud.
You want me to keep going?
What?
Is that what you're saying?
What?
You can keep. I mean, I don't. A lot of my, if we zoom out, a lot of my stress also comes from I am the person fundraising and bringing in money for Alveus. So having Alveus pay a salary just makes me more stressed because I have to bring that money in. So it's like I might as well just spend my own money.
We're about to
You know what?
put
I've never even thought of it that way.
Yeah.
We're about to put 15 more staff, 14 without the executive assistant. One more ain't gonna do shit.
Who's the one bringing in
You.
salary?
What's
So I have
One
to do
more
my
doesn't
work.
do shit.
Wait, what staff? 14 more staff?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We're getting big. We're planning to have an
What
office
are
for
the
50.
14 more staff?
Oh, I can show you.
No, you don't. Okay.
I already have it
I'm
written
genuinely
down.
asking just a question because I'm curious.
And that's without horticulture staff.
Okay. Okay. Wait.
This is like end.
We don't have to do this right now. I trust you.
I got it.
Okay. All right.
This is like
Okay.
everything is fully developed though. Like this is like end stage.
Connor stresses out about how much money I funnel into Alveus chat. That's what we're arguing about.
Yeah.
He thinks I funnel too much money into Alveus, which is like,
I don't think you funnel too much. I think that I get it. It's very altruistic of you. It is more efficient money-wise because you know.
Okay,
like
though, with our recent
Alveus doesn't
discussion,
pay
some of
taxes.
these are less necessary, no?
That's full like commit. No, that's like end of the like full pilot programs are over. Like we're
oh my god,
full send into it.
He's perfect. He's perfect.
Okay. Overhead is benefits and administrating it isn't horrible. It is not as good as Alveus, but
I think once again, though, I think the take-home message here is that like it's the separation that is the most important thing.
you're also the way Alveus is going. You're not going to have a personal life, so I don't know what they are going to do for you personally.
That's a wild thing
I need
to
someone
say.
to help me. I need someone to help me manage my health care system.
That
And,
takes an hour a week.
okay, and like all my travel, which I know is Alveus work, but like some
It's
of it
almost
isn't.
almost. It is probably 75% Alveus, and they can do the other on the 10 hours they have.
But I don't want to think
Outside
about if it's
They can. They're going to be
I'm
high level
paying them,
enough. They
if-
can distinguish that.
if I'm paying them and they're doing stuff for Alveus, then it's altruistic and it feels good and it's fine and I don't care because it's my money and I would give it to Alveus anyway. If Alveus is paying them and they're doing something personal for me, I'm going to feel guilty. You understand? Like if I'm paying them, does that make sense?
It doesn't. Yes and no. Yeah.
I would rather be stupid and feel good about it and feel like it's altruistic, even if it's inefficient, than
My brain's all
feel
about efficiency,
guilty
though.
about them doing stuff for me personally, and then because of feeling guilty, have them do less for me personally, and then be the same that I am right now, which is fucked.
So you just put them on an hourly shift. So
Every week is different, though.
yeah, fine. The shift hourly can be
Really,
shifted.
I can't micromanage someone's schedule like that.
You don't have to. They do it. You're not going to hire a dumb executive assistant.
I think we can talk about this later, but I'm pretty like I'm just gonna pay their salary. Like they're just gonna be my employee, which is fine. I have space. Like I have people on my payroll. It's like the only thing to figure out is benefits, and that's figure outable. It's fine.
It is. It's just not as cash efficient, which is fine.
Well, I think it'll be fine.
In a year's time, they're going to be full Alveus, and you're not going to have hardly anything personal. I bet. It's a bet.
What?
Yep.
What? It was a wild thing to just be present for.
Think of it as a donation, then. Another one. This is my contribution
I'm.
to Alveus Sanctuary.
Let's Yeah. Where's my timeline? All right. I'm gonna leave that off the timeline then.
Okay.
All right. So we've got an accountant. God, my brain's so fried. Okay, it's actually this is starting to hit good. All right, we get the money. We start the build. We get an accountant, and then we're gonna need at least one more fade department person to add in to keep up. We're gonna. Oh man, I even built out fade into this. Really, fuck. So we need more horticultures.
This is a family show.
No, it's not.
Beep.
Okay. So we build.
Croctiers was an accountant for like 2 weeks.
Who was?
Croctiers.
Oh, okay. Hell yeah. We build that, we add an accountant, we add another fade member, and I think we're kind of fine.
We're fine on animal care. And like
until we start acquiring, and then buildings get built. Buildings completed.
animal care manager.
After that point, animal care and fade manager.
Yeah. So 2. Manager,
Animal
additional fade. And then eventually additional animal care.
care
So 4.
manager.
This reminds me of group projects in school. I had like that crazy thought the other day where I was like, man, conservation is like the biggest group project that we're all just failing. It's cool. It definitely did not send me into an existential crisis.
Okay, and so we have managers at that point, and then we can start, so the buildings are complete, then we can start building out all the animal enclosures. We're like already having
It's crazy.
the wolf build. Yeah, it is nice.
Crazy. Okay.
So those buildings are complete. Probably wolf by that point's already completed. Wolf's here. Yeah, they're here. Then we go to probably full send vultures and reptile work plus all of this. So let's say just RE expansion. I'll just say completed, and then we need to bring in probably more.
Selling RE species programs is actually really easy.
We appreciate all of your
If we know, like,
donations.
a
Thank you
bajillion
very
rich
much.
People, literally, they just like have to like an animal, an endangered animal, and like the investment's so much lower. It's just that's good actually. These are good things.
RE expansion completed.
Do you plan on hiring a marketing and comms person? No, but in-house socials.
Oh yeah, probably need to do that. Probably once the building's completed.
Yeah. It's like that's or even further, because we're good where we are right now. It's like fine. It's a fine setup.
Yeah, I guess. At that point, we'll have space because we'll have the office building complete, so we can start bringing people in. Our expansion completed, and I think at that point, there's going to be way more going on. I think inside.
Did you put education team in there? +1.
More?
+1.
+1 here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have it written down, but yeah.
Okay.
I thought Connor was going to short circuit for a second. look at his eye. I thought he was going. I thought it was over.
And then I think once the RE expansion's complete, or like really once we have the space, I think we need to seriously consider, like, Chandler's probably going to be popping off by then and probably gone from us.
Yeah.
So, editor and at this level, like a camera tech person that cameraman's and can like help with.
I don't think we'll need a full-time cameraman for a long time.
Space says phone battery probably almost empty.
I got it on a big bat.
Because
Let me see.
camera work is so...
Oh, we're good space. 82%.
It's so... Like, freelance contracting camera work makes so much sense for us. Like, we're not doing stuff every day. Like, we're not filming every day. And even the stuff that we film, like Kayla and I filmed today, we do not need someone full-time in-house to do stuff like that.
Well, if you have a content education team and they're doing like YouTube Kids and doing all this, like they're building the sets.
That's like so.
They're setting all that up, but then they can also do a lot of other like cameras. Like they can double as all of our networking camera stuff as well.
With unlimited money, sure, but it's like it's far down the line for me.
Okay, who's going to build the sets? Fade won't have
Contracted.
time.
We
Contracted.
like bring in set designers. If we need to build in like a studio,
Yeah.
something specific, we hire freelance set designers.
Aren't they dumb expensive?
Yeah, but it's less expensive than an in-house salary on
I
benefits.
guess it depends on how many we're doing.
1, 2, 5 max. In those buildings, that's fine. I'm not worried about that right now. Would way rather contract that in. Also, there's a lot of streamers and creators that are really, really creative and really talented at set building and might want to make a stream out of it. You never know.
Okay.
People that would want to do that pro bono for fun. I don't know. That mural was done for fun, for free. You know, like there's lots of room for, yeah.
I guess where I've seen things currently, it's like Chandler's being pulled to be cameramanning a lot.
It's fine.
So
That's a super individual thing too. Like that's just cheaper for us, and he has an interest in it, and he's trying to learn how to do it, and he's funny and he's good at it. So that just works right now.
okay.
Same with like, you know, if Case came in here and started editing or whatever, Case would also be a decent fill for a camera operation.
Okay.
Just cheaper for us.
Do we
Oh
keep
my gosh.
freelancing, or do we keep having outside contractors for editing? Do we sit on that
Yeah.
a lot more?
I think YouTube. I like having YouTube editing in-house because it's more complicated.
Yeah.
But shorts editing and whatever can be.
Yeah.
I prefer having our shorts team.
Actually, I want to do I want to think on this a little bit more, and I want to do this off stream.
Okay.
But we need more horticulture. Like we need like
Lost
a
him.
horticulturist.
Oh, we
We
twitching.
got to build out endangered plant breeding as well, which I think would be really cool and easier once it's established. Yeah, I need to redo this kind of because we have a different system now, so I need to think about it. Yeah.
It's just. He's gone. He's gone. He's so sleepy.
I'm out.
He's getting some good rest.
I'm out. Like I don't know what else we need. Like I just need to spend some time on this and come back.
Yeah. I mean, I can get back to just working on the proposal and see what I can confidently put in there. I
have to redo all the estimates now too.
Yeah. No. I will go through all the proposal and then get stuck at budget,
Yeah.
which is fine. I would love
It's cool.
to have it by like the 6th or the 7th.
Lucas has
to like be able to send it.
Lucas has the reptile building
Great.
quoted out.
So we've got like a few days here.
I mean, I'll lock in a little bit later too, but yeah.
He's so cute. Yeah, Al, it's a good Good calm. We should bring Tim in on our board. Also.
Who?
Tim.
Which one's that?
That's all I'll say. The one you're excited about.
Oh, he hasn't texted me back.
Oh. Then we shouldn't bring him on the board.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, I'm out. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
I don't know until I'm back on my PC trying to write out the proposal.
Okay. I'll just sit in here and work.
Okay.
Draw stuff up.
Will we get more ACS? What do you mean? When? Like tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow?
I don't know.
Streaming? Or like more humans? Probably.
Guys, we're changing the stream structure, by the way, stream schedule.
Yeah.
So it's a big exciting month for that.
It is.
Lip. Bottom lip. Thank you, James. Twitching.
As far as physicals go, I know I never really got the chance to. Last week was so chaotic. We didn't have stream on Monday because it was physicals, and then Tuesday was PO Box, and then Wednesday was art auction.
Oh, how's the stream changing? Do you just want to leave it as a surprise?
Oh gosh, so twitchy. So twitchy.
We are launching an education team at Alveus.
Woo.
It's just me and Kayla.
Just us.
but we're launching it this month. So Kayla is getting her own weekly stream slot, and Kayla will just be on camera more. We found that because I'm traveling so much, there's a lot of on-camera work that needs to be done, and I'm not here to do it. And I need more people. To help me. This is not like we just made this up. We like filmed the YouTube video announcement for it today and everything. It's like been in the works for a while. And Kayla's been wanting to do more education for a while, and this just made sense. And so, May this month is the start of Kayla being a part of the education team, which again is just us, but it will grow to more people. So you'll see Kayla on camera a lot more. She'll be doing a lot more education.
Yeah, stuck with me. Sorry.
Yeah, big time. So that's like an official announcement that maybe if I made at the beginning would have been like more dramatic. We've been talking for 2 hours, but like the YouTube video,
2 hours.
The YouTube video will be good, and like, explain it. And does it get a fun name? The Alveus Education Team.
We've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Dr. Julie is kind of education.
Yeah.
Unofficial education team.
Yeah.
More Dr. Julie, always. We got a couple ideas. There's a lot going on.
AET, because we ate. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go work on budget. Thanks, chat.
Oh, also, so physicals went well. I think I said before there were no surprises.
Whoa, Frog of Silence! Thank you for the $123 donation.
Thank you for the dono.
$123.45. Thank you so much.
45 cents. I see what you did there.
Thank you.
Yeah, Akila did well. He wasn't under for too long, about a half an hour. We brushed him, did blood draws, did all his vaccinations. Nothing surprising about Akila. Everything looked good.
We gotta pee. I'm gonna take it.
And then,
Yeah, pee.
probably. Our vet was able to get a look at Kasi. So obviously you guys have seen his training with his kennel, and the hope is still that we can get him in for radiographs And we talked a lot about what his vet care will look like in the future, just in terms of the fact that he is a big cat. He's 31 pounds. So, and we're not going to be doing like free contact work with Kasi. So what his care will need to look like in the future for voluntary care was something that we talked a lot to our veterinarian about. And then Finn, we did a physical on Finn because we've been a little bit concerned about his mobility recently. And he does have, again, not a surprise, a good amount of crepitus in his left leg and some atrophy in his muscle, his thigh muscle. And it was interesting because we didn't give him his meds in the morning, so he usually gets gabapentin, and he's been on carprofen for a little while. The gabapentin is for his seizures. The carprofen is an anti-inflammatory, a painkiller, something I don't know. Sorry, my brain's a little bit tired. But he's been on those medications for a little while, and we left him off of them that morning so that our veterinarian could get a good look at him without those medications, and she agreed that there definitely looks to be some lameness in his back legs that we can't quite explain. Yeah, he sits very oddly sometimes, like his feet fully come off the ground sometimes. It's very strange. And so we wanted to run blood work on him and get a feel on his legs. What was interesting is that he favors his left leg to the point where it looks like he favors his right. It's weird. Like our vet and I, we were both watching him in the morning without any meds, and we were like, it looks like he's favoring his right, but it's actually his left. To the point where like his toenails were worn differently. So the nails on his right leg were like really, really worn down, and the toenails on his left leg were substantially longer.
Chat, I'm gonna get to this proposal right now, but thank you for attending this meeting.
Thank you for attending this meeting.
Thank you, stakeholders. Appreciate your input. More to come.
More to come.
You got whenever you're done.
Yeah. I'll just finish with physical updates. So we drew blood on him, and he'll probably just be on carprofen long term. We agreed that it wasn't enough for us to feel like we should put him through the stress of bringing him into the clinic and doing radiographs, but if he ever does need to go into the clinic, or obviously if he gets substantially worse, we would make that call at that time. So just continuing to monitor him, but starting him on the carprofen made a huge difference in just like his day-to-day activity and motivation during sessions and stuff like that. So it's been good to see. He takes his meds well. Obviously you guys have seen that. So yeah, he's just our special guy. That's what we ended up saying about Finn, and that's what our vet ended up saying about him. It's just like he's just a very special little guy, and we love him. Seizure medication. So right now he's not on a seizure medication exactly, like not a medication that's designed for seizures. Seizure medication specifically is pretty intense, and it can change a lot. So because the seizures aren't so frequent, he was averaging about 1 a month, he's on gabapentin to raise his seizure threshold, which is just a pill. It's just a tablet. We also have talked a lot about the fact that we did get blood drawn. The last time we drew blood, not this time, we did get his allergy panel done. And we do have injections that are specifically catered to his personal allergies. He's doing really well with the Zyrtec, and I think being in a bigger space, like out in that huge space where it's not quite as dusty, has made a really big difference in his allergies, which has been nice to see. But we do have specific allergy meds for Finn ready to go as soon as Shruti feels confident with the injections. She's been working on that for a while. So, and then, let's see, yeah, seizure meds are really hard on the liver, yeah. And then I don't have plans for Awa's Gotcha Day. But give us a hot minute. We might figure something out tomorrow. We do have a stream tomorrow, so maybe a good time to celebrate Awa. Could he get physical therapy? That's the question that I wanted to answer. Sorry, I forgot it, but I went back and found it. Shruti has actually attended a conference recently, or a workshop recently about canine behavior and fitness, and she's got some really good ideas that we talked to the vet about helping Finn. So you may be seeing her implement those things and just kind of finding ways for him to utilize his back legs a little bit more often. So that'll be really cool to see. USDA also now requires an exercise program for canines. So that'll be something that you'll probably see with a lot more of the canines. We've talked about doing a little bit of work with the wolf dogs as well, just in terms of like environmental awareness and things like that. So stay tuned for that. It's pretty cool. And then Finn getting a gym membership. Yeah, it sounds interesting. Yeah, it's all really cool. It is kind of like one of the examples. No, you know what? I'm just going to let Shruti tell you about it tomorrow because it's pretty cool. And I think listening to Shruti talk about the canines is really neat. So everybody loves that. And Tipsy also got to see the vet. Good morning to the Keel exercise program. Yeah, he trips a lot, doesn't he? Tipsy did get a chance to see the vet, and I've talked to the vet frequently, so I had sent her all of my concerns ahead of time. And I know when we brought her down to the aviary, we talked to you guys about how her left foot specifically kind of just drapes. She doesn't really grip, and that was confirmed when the vet looked at her. She really does, like, our vet was trying to like kind of stimulate a response from that foot, and even like, you know, pushing up and down against her leg and stuff like that. She didn't really grab our vet's hand or anything like that. So she does have a little bit of I think crepitus in her left leg. Going to try encouraging her to take things with that foot. So that's something that a version of PT, if you will, if we can get her to take things with her left foot, we're going to try that. Do we know if it's painful for her? It doesn't seem to be bothering her. We'll keep an eye on, like, she doesn't favor that foot when she's like walking on flat spaces. She just doesn't grip. So I don't know. We don't know exactly why. But the condition of her feet, like the texture of her feet look really good. We had concerns about them when she arrived, that she had a few like kind of pinprick locations where we had to be really careful about her perching. Those have all improved. Her feet look good. Her beak got some good work. She's a little bit thin, so we're working on getting her to eat a little bit more consistently. But overall, the vet was like, she appears to be very happy and thriving. Like she was out on the table when our veterinarian arrived. Our veterinarian was her veterinarian before she arrived at Alveus, so we actually found out about Tipsy through our veterinarian. And so she saw her before she arrived here as well, so she could see that comparison, and she was like, she seems like she's thriving here. So she's very vocal. It was really funny. She had never seen her react to men before, so she got to experience that. Our veterinarian saw Tipsy. Just be Tipsy. So anyway, yeah, Tipsy was good. Nothing surprising about Tipsy, nothing that we were shocked to hear. And it doesn't seem like her feather damage has gotten any worse since she arrived. So, like, her skin looks good. She's not, if she was plucking, she obviously was plucking, but she hasn't damaged her skin at all. So hopefully in time those feathers will grow back. So yeah. We did not do Reed. We were originally going to do both foxes because sometimes it's just easy to do both, but the foxes just had their last physical in September, so they're not due for any of their vaccinations or anything like that until later this year. So if we had done Reed's physical, it just would have been like a physical, but no injections and stuff like that. So we decided to push Reed back, and we'll probably double check Finn's blood work later on in the year as well. So yeah, physicals were pretty smooth. The serval did not get blood work done. He's not quite there yet. but he will probably go in for radiographs at some point to check his bones. Can she get those primary flight feathers back? Yes, she can. So right when you look at her wing now, those feathers are just broken. Whether she broke them by like picking at them, or if she maybe flapped her wings and hit them on something, I could not tell you. But with those feathers, if she molts them out, a new feather will regrow in its place, and that feather should be perfectly fine. As long as there's no damage to the follicles or anything like that. So hopefully her feathers will grow in just fine, and then we can work on confidence. Would you guys ever have an in-house vet? We have discussed it. Right now it doesn't make sense because we don't have enough work. But it is something that's like on our radar for down the road, you know. The reptiles have not had their physicals yet. It's when it starts to get warm, we kind of like have all the reptiles like on hold, right? So if we have like a spare couple of minutes, because the reptile physicals are fairly fast, we just kind of go scoop one. But we did not plan any reptile physicals that day. I did see somebody the other day asking about the macaw flight training. Straightforward. Our flight training perches, which were they're not great. They weren't great. They got hijacked during the parrot aviary rebuild, and we never got them back. They took a beating. And that's why we haven't done it in a bit. So Lindsay and I have discussed a different style perching that we would like, but we have to make it, which is just time. Can a vet help with those damaged feathers? No. The only way that I assume you're talking about a process that's called imping. You can imp feathers, but you have to, it's a very precise thing to do. And for a bird like Tipsy that's going to be in human care, it's much easier to just let her go through a molt and grow new feathers than it would be to try to find African gray feathers that would be like the exact right length, and then to trim the shafts and to glue the feathers in to give her a functional wing when she doesn't need one. She's not fully flighted. She doesn't try to fly. We will just wait for those feathers to grow in on their own. If you're talking about a bird like in rehab or something like that, and you have those extra feathers and you have someone who's very familiar with the process of imping, who's very good at it, then maybe you would do that. I've never seen it done. I've only ever heard about it, but it's very, very precise. And as far as my education stuff goes, I had kind of a thought about like weekly themes for the month. So week 1, 2, 3, and 4, and having kind of different themes. I think where it has ended up is just I'm going to do this first one and just see what you guys want and go from there. So is it going to be months before she can be with Mia? Really, we just have to make sure that Mia doesn't come on really strong and cause her to fall off branches, because we can't have her falling 6 feet without any support, any wings to catch her. So, well, the fun thing, one of the reasons that I really wanted to get into education is because, like, I missed seeking out information about, like, animals and conservation, because we don't do as much formal education, like, about the specific species that we work with here. We could for you guys, but a lot of what we do is just kind of like interacting with you guys while we do our jobs, our day-to-day tasks. So being a little bit more intentional about the information that I'm providing you, and it's gonna kind of, I think, be a little bit all over the place. So you're going to probably see me flail a little, and I'll probably talk really fast and have to like slow myself down, because I think I'm going to try to be a little bit more intentional and formal about it. So sometimes there will be like a PowerPoint, sometimes there won't be. It'll just be me talking and you guys responding and seeing where it goes from there. That being said, I did pick out a theme for this first one, and it was really funny because I was like, I just will pick something that I'm comfortable talking about and I'll do a little bit more research on it. And then it sent me down a spiral, and it ended up with me like ordering more books to learn more about the subject that haven't arrived yet. So we'll see where we go. So the research spiral, yeah. And then I reached out to more people and I was like, hey, do you have information on this? And they were like, not to send you down more of a spiral, but here you go. So yeah, it's a lot. Can I leak what day it will be? It'll be, the first one is already scheduled. And it is this week. There we go. I leaked it. It's done. Anyway. Okay. So, do we know why Winnie didn't like the peppermint? You know what's funny? Is that she doesn't mind peppermint when it's in like the little molasses treats, but she does not like peppermint by itself. She does not care. She doesn't care. Yeah, does anyone want to guess what the first presentation is going to be about? And then I'm going to leave next week, so you won't get a stream. But I'll be back the following week. There might be something about vultures in it. It's true. It's not just vultures, though. There's other birds, too. I think eventually, once we figure everything out, these meetings are really just brainstorming meetings, and like literally we could come to you tomorrow and be like, hey, we've changed the whole thing. I think that's part of what, when we get really anxious about things, I know for me, I've tried really hard to remind myself that like none of us have ever done this before. So while, and it's a weird feeling, right? Because you grow up, you know, with adults and they're telling you how to do things, and then all of a sudden you realize that like you're the adult in the room, and no, you know, everybody's familiar with this concept where you're like, oh my gosh, when did this happen? So it's just one of those things where there's a little bit of comfort in being like, we're all doing this for the first time. And even in like the world, like at large, right? Like nobody's done the online thing. We're doing it for the first time. So when it feels inevitable that we will make mistakes, it makes sense to us. It makes sense to me. And like there is a small measure of comfort in that, you know? And I think, yeah, we're all living life for the first time. Does Alveus have no gators? Not yet, but we're slated to. Mistakes are how we learn, yeah, and I think it's just important that you're willing to keep learning from them. Like, I think the second you think you have everything figured out is the second you've lost. So. No BOP updates currently, but hopefully soon. I want birds. A mistake isn't a mistake if you learn from it. That's life. Yes. He's so cute. He's just perfect. Sucking at something is the first step towards being sort of good at something. Yeah. What do they say? It's like 10,000 hours or something makes you an expert or something. Man, I could do this for, I mean, I will do this for my whole life. And at the end of it all, I fully expect to be like, well, those are some things we did. You know? And it's not that we're doing it frivolously. It's just, you just get caught up in so much wanting to do things so well and wanting to, it's like I said, at the end of it all, the biggest thing is that we are inspiring people to pick up where we left off. And if we feel like the needle hasn't budged in the wrong way, then I think that means we did it. So, you know. Betty Polly intro update. I know the other day they had them out in the nut house together. I also know the other day somebody caught me in chat and they were like, what's Kayla's new job title? And I feel like we brought in Randy, Miranda, and we knew when we brought her in, one of the things that was going to happen was that I was going to shift into education. That's been a part of the plan for a really long time. It's just that for so long, especially last year with all the Alveus adventures, for so much of last year, there were only 2 animal care staff on any given day for so much of last year. So like that, I had to be there. And it's not that I want to step away from the daily animal care. It's just figuring out for a little while there's going to be a transition period between how much time I spend researching and presenting and doing the day-to-day care and being able to step into the day-to-day care when I'm needed, and then also be part of these meetings as things move forward. So it's a lot. There's the transitions. You're going to see a lot of me or none of me probably for a while. It's just going to be what it is. Very hard to go from, oh yeah, there's always going to be new things to learn. Yeah, the rapid growth is intimidating. And I think if it ever gets overwhelming, I think it's just, I mean, we all communicate pretty well, that we just need a minute. But it's one of those things where you're like, well, you capitalize moments you have the opportunity to capitalize. We've just gotten so used to Alveus moving so fast that we don't know any other way. We've been very, very lucky, in part, major part, because of the support that we have from you guys. So we just don't want to waste any of it. We don't want to waste any time. We don't want to waste any of the momentum. So we try to find time to tune it out when we can, but none of us are good at it, so I know. Does it ever feel like constant surveillance with all the chatters watching cams? I mean, a little bit. But it's in a weird way, and I've said this before, I don't really know how I took care of animals without having cams on them 24/7 anymore. I think what started off as something that was pretty intimidating because the world can be quite unforgiving, has definitely changed in my head to something that I'm incredibly grateful for. That you guys watch and pay attention the way that you do. You know, we've seen how it has impacted the lives of the animals that we've cared for, and that's huge. There's really nothing more that I could say to it than that. The serval's name is pronounced Kasi. How do you guys avoid burnout? I don't know. I don't know that we do. And I don't know how much of that is just, it's a really complex thing to feel. And I know that burnout is, like, I think if we were all to go and talk to somebody about it, they would be like, you are burnt out. But I also think that it's wrapped up, like, the psychology of it is probably pretty wild on all of us. Because again, nothing is simple. And, it's, yeah, you convince yourself it's your hobby, you convince yourself, it's a weird thing, if you're not doing it, you feel guilt. If you are doing it and you're not doing your actual hobbies that are not related, you feel weird. It's all very tangled in my head. So, you just kind of go. And, so, you know. Is there anything that you do in your downtime to help prevent that burnt out feeling? I don't know if the 8 cats helps me prevent burnout. They do bring me a lot of joy, though. But feeding them is a trip. It's a journey, twice a day. I mean, I like to read, but, like, full disclosure, I can't tell you the last time I read a book, like, for me personally. Like a book that's not been a book club book, and even those they've been hard to get through, as evidenced by the fact that we've not done a book club in a couple of months. I couldn't tell you the last time I read a book, just like for me personally, probably at the beginning of 2025. Maybe middle of last year. I go to yoga. I've learned a lot about yoga, but I think yoga just, like, strengthens my mind. And it keeps me feeling able to keep doing the hard things, like, to feel connected to, like, everything, and without losing myself in, like, the vastness of it. I don't know if that makes any sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's, like, incredibly grounding. And at the same time, like, I think it just builds resiliency in the world that I live in. So. Yeah, it really is just kind of like something that you take out of the class and, like, into your day-to-day life. And that's awesome. Guys, I could never teach it. I could never. There's so much to yoga that I don't know enough. I would never feel confident doing that. I love it, but there's so much to learn. But maybe we could find someone who is qualified and I could do yoga with them in the pasture. He's back. He's not back. No go yoga. Absolutely not. I do think actually yoga with Adrian is, I think she is around here somewhere. I think Connor and I too, like this past year, like with moving, has also just been a lot. Like Connor and I have been exceptionally busy. And I think that also contributed to just not having, like Connor was traveling. He's traveled so much since like Q4 of last year. And at the beginning of this year, we were traveling so much and we were moving and trying to get new cats spayed. And it just kind of like, it's been a lot. And then keeping up with Alveus. And we knew, sorry, I don't think I ever finished this train of thought either. We knew when we brought Randy on that I was going to be doing education, but like also there's so many like director tasks that have just gone by the wayside because I was doing so much day-to-day animal care. So I'm finally catching up on a lot of those too, which is nice. There's a lot of like emergency planning that we've done that has evolved a lot with the new like bird of prey building. There's going to be a lot of changes there. A lot of meetings and talking about training and yeah, just a lot of things. We didn't move twice in a year, but it did feel like it. We didn't move into our other house that long ago. It was less than 2 years ago that we moved everything. And it's one of those like things where like it's not a far move, so you think you can do it in trips. And at the end of the day, I don't know if that's really worth it. So I have only seen the pasture cat like one time in person. If I can get her to the house, I will spay her and we will figure it out. But no. What did we do with the other house? Alveus staff is living in it. My day's actually just about over. I started at about 8 o'clock today, so time-wise my day's over, but I do need to make sure that that animal care is good, because I just disappeared today. I just joined this meeting and I didn't know it was going to be the rest of the day. So they're probably like, what the heck? Yeah. Yeah, I love seeing Gidget make good use of the backyard. It brings me great joy. There are many updates on Ari. I don't know if you can watch back like the last couple of hours, but I would do that. But in terms of the actual like builds of Ari, it's all kind of in a brainstorming phase. There's a lot that could be placed on the table in the near future, that we are kind of in a big like there's just a lot. There's just a lot. Tico and Miley have not had their physicals yet, but if you look at Tico and Miley, ignore their long toenails. We're working on it. We were talking today, or the other day, Lindsay and I were down in the serval enclosure, and when they redid the parrot enclosure, I was like, hey, some of this like hard wire mesh, like can we have some of this to build a box that we can put Tico and Miley, like that they could like walk in so we could trim their nails, like protected contact so they don't bite us. And there wasn't any left because Daniel had to use it all to block in the fans. So there didn't end up being any left, which was devastating because I was like, oh, I really wanted to build those things. And then, so Lindsay and I were down at the serval enclosure the other day, and I was like, hey, this mesh, when we take this down, are you guys going to use this for anything? And they were like, no. And I was like, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it, and I'm going to build a little box that that we can do protected contact little nail trims in. So the macaws need their nails trimmed. They're too long. I'm aware. And Tico's beak could use a little bit of a trim. It's always long. I'm convinced that she just like sharpens it with intent to, you know, be a menace. That could be, that's not what she's doing. But sometimes I'm like, man, your beak is always just very sharp and very long. It's so, yeah, and you know what, sometimes I look at it in person and I don't think it's that bad, and then I see it on camera and I'm like, what? It's fine. So the macaws have not had their physical yet. They will probably be on slate for the next one, which will be in June at some point, probably. The way that we space out the physicals makes a lot of sense because the summer months are the hottest and the bird physicals happen inside. So like the wolf dogs, the foxes, we try to do during the cooler months, so beginning or end of the year. But anybody that can be brought inside, we save those for those hot summer months. Makes sense. I think I think, I don't want you to fear the macaws, but definitely respect their power, for sure. Do their beaks grow like nails? Yeah. They're made of keratin, same as our nails, same as our hair. So typically, as long as they are chewing on lots of things, they keep their beaks pretty trim themselves. So like Miley's beak to me is pretty good shape, pretty good length. She does a very good job. Tico, I know, chews on things constantly. But for some reason, it just is just so long and sharp. So she's just different. Tico's beak is insane. Yeah, I don't even know. But come June, we'll give her a trim. Her beak's not so long that I worry that I'm like, oh gosh, we gotta fix that right now. And same with their nails do need a trim. So if we see something particularly worrisome over the next little bit, we'll probably just... it doesn't... You might see us trying to do some work with like voluntarily toweling. We'll see. It's optimistic. Lindsay and I have a lot of plans for the macaws. We're very excited about them. We just need time to execute them. So now that we have another animal care staff here, Randy, we're hoping that there's time to do all of those things. The problem is that we keep doing things like acquiring more ambassadors. It's okay. We're getting there. Miley is fixated on destruction, but it's great for her beak. So I'm very excited for the crows to be in a new enclosure. I really stepped back from working on the crows until they get put in their new enclosure because they are, with all of the construction that's been going on over there, they've been so tough. So, hi. Are you leaving?
Yeah.
Bye. Bye, Mav. It was so nice to see you today. He's like, I don't care. I don't care. Thank you. They live so long, you got time. Yeah, little by little. Yeah. So, same with Tipsy and Mia. You'll probably see us working a little bit with those. Any advice for someone wanting a career in wildlife conservation? In what capacity? Yeah, I mean, I think experience, it's just finding people willing to work with you. Take any opportunity you can. If you're young enough to find an internship, take advantage of every internship you can. Experience is a really good teacher in this field, I think. Yeah, we have a video for that. That's cool. Watch that video. How big do you think physically Alveus can get? Well, based on the land we have, not much bigger. But conceptually, with what we hope to accomplish, I don't know. Time will tell. Do you like living out here? Most of the time. Most of the time. Can we borrow out the neighbors that shoot guns onto the property? I would love that. That'd be great. Yeah, it is very hot. The summer months are very hot. But it is remarkable, like, what you adapt to. Like, my first summer, I was like, this will kill me. I will die. And now I don't feel that way. Like, the heat is awful. I hate it. But I'm not like, oh, I'm gonna die. I'm just like, man, this is crazy. And then when it hits like 60, I'm like, am I cold? Am I cold? I don't know. I don't know how to feel about anything anymore. So... Oh, Tipsy's doing great. The new African Grey. She's doing great. I don't know if I've really heard Ava and Aquila howl from the house. I hear the parrots. I hear the parrots from the house for sure. Will the education be children education in general or both? Probably most of them will be geared towards like this channel and adults. We do have, I won't say plans because they're not developed, but there is hope that we will have education geared towards a younger audience at some point in the future. So. Did you move to Alveus? Yes, Connor and I live on site officially as of the beginning of this year. We did not come from Alaska. Connor and I, we did meet in Alaska. We came from Tennessee. something really Tennessee. Cheers. Not so much temperature whiplash coming from Tennessee, though it was substantially hotter. I worked in a non-air conditioned barn in Tennessee, and it was humid. So used to the heat to a certain degree, but like being out in the sun was a huge adjustment. And I fear the sun greatly. I think it is trying to kill me all of the time. So, that's why you always see me more or less completely covered, in addition to the fact that I'm allergic to a lot of things. But, yeah, being out in the sun definitely, like, changes. Like, the difference between even just wearing a hat and not wearing a hat is extraordinary. Texas sun hits differently. It really does. It's so hot. It's so hot. And like the ground is light enough too, where sometimes you're just like walking down this hill and it's just bam. It's just bright lights in your eyes. So it's a lot. It's violently. Yeah, it does. It does. And sometimes, because I sweat a lot. If I'm like handling like the hay or something and it like gets anywhere on me and I'm sweating, like I'm just like a human, like I'm just hives everywhere. Does the long sleeves and pants keep you cooler? There is not a day that I would rather be wearing shorts. Like the thought of like my sweaty legs coming into contact with anything, no, I could never. I would always rather be in pants. I think the loose-fitting pants are, for me, 20 times better. And I try really hard to keep my sleeves down in the summer, but I also have asthma. But yeah, I definitely prefer being like covered in loose clothing, for sure. No question. So. Yeah, nice and lightweight. Yeah. I take a sun umbrella. That sounds lovely. That sounds delightful. This shirt used to be an entirely different color. These are obviously our Alveus sun shirts. And when I compare them to my new ones, I'm like, wow, they used to be blue. And like these ones, like the ones that I've had for a while, like they nearly like stand up on their own. They are a whole kind of disgusting that I can't even, but I will wear them until they are dead. Like I refuse to part with them. So yeah. I'm very allergic to Ace, the donkeys, and Winnie. Very allergic to them. It's a good time. Yeah, that's why you don't see me like. Everyone's always like. It's why I try really hard not to hug Winnie or get very close to Winnie. On the days that I brush Winnie, it's just kind of like an acknowledgement that like in the evening I'll probably need my nebulizer. It just is. It just is what it is. Yeah, I'm that way with a lot of random things, wild child mama. Like I can't wear shorts on airplanes. I don't like shorts in general. I don't like my legs touching things. But like, yeah, it's just not. Yeah, birds of prey really are. That's my sweet spot there for sure. Yeah, allergic to hay. A lot of us. Randy's also allergic to hay. It's just tough to be around. People do shorts on airplanes. Crazy people. No. A lot of my friends do. They're like very comfortable wearing shorts everywhere. I have a lot of friends that prefer shorts. And when I'm like, I prefer pants, they're like, you're insane. And I'm like, no, no, I'm not. It's hard living in Texas where, like, generally speaking, shorts are, like, on my days off, you'll occasionally see me in shorts, but, like, 9 times out of 10, if I'm not here, I'm in sweatpants and, like, socks pulled over my sweatpants and some sort of long sleeve shirt that is probably Connor's. That's what it is. It's just where I'm at. Tipsy's doing great. What are these called? Somebody help me. I don't typically wear skirts only because for some reason that I, again, cannot describe, I feel like I always, in any scenario, have to be prepared to run fast. That's it. That's it. Gators, yeah. Gators. I was trying to think of like what's the company that makes them? I don't even remember. Buff, yeah, Buff, Gator. It's just like a little, yeah. I just always have to be able to run. It's like why I always wear sneakers in airports. You just have to be able to run at the drop of a hat. It's fine. It's fine. They used to wear skirts to battle. Wow, I could never. Are there any birds of prey lined up? I don't know anymore. I think my brain has just accepted that someday there will be birds, but I have no deadline on it in my head anymore. I've gotten my hopes up too many times, and I'm just like, someday they'll be there. It's fine. Typical American instinct to have to book in time for covered anytime. That's dark. Kayla surviving the zombie apocalypse over slip floppers. Guys, my glasses fall off. I'm doomed. I'm not looking to survive the zombie apocalypse. I'm gonna be honest. I'm checking out. I'm not interested. I like my shower. I like my bed. And I'm not interested in surviving the zombie apocalypse. No. No, no, no. Have you tried squirts? I own one squirt. Somebody gave it to me, but I've never worn it. Crows. Yeah, crows will be the first to move when the enclosures are done. But we have to make sure that like all of the construction is done because they're just sensitive, guys. I couldn't be bothered to try to survive. Yeah, no. So. We don't currently have solar, but it is in the plans. Like we've built the buildings that we've built recently have been built so that solar panels can be put on them at the optimal angles. They're coming. A lot of that, I think, also is permitting. It's a Connor question. He could tell you more. I don't think so. I think mine's denim skirt is just a longer skirt. Skirts have shorts. Got shorts underneath them. Hot flex clothes. I'll look into it. We love the new house. It's great. We're getting there slowly. We have to redo a bathroom, but getting there. The only reason that there wasn't more talk of like ocean stuff today is because we kind of already have a few contacts to get going. That are just easier for us. Like we're just, they're people that we already interact with very, very regularly. So the hope, of course, is to get into work in the oceans later down the road. But establishing them in the space where we already have really reliable contacts is just where we're starting. It's kind of one of those insurance things. For the blue whale, of course. House tour sometime in the next 3 years. Yeah, maybe it'll be done by then. Skirts are like the mullet of the fashion world. That, I think, is correct. Yes, the fireplace in the auction was the house, yeah. We have not built the catio yet. We brought 3 of the outdoor cats inside. Magpie, Grackle, and Maxine. And they've really taken to indoor life. Do you want to see them? I'll show you a picture of them and then I'll end the stream. We'll end with a picture of cats. Woo! Let's not fall down. Okay, hold on. Are you guys ready? Oh, hold on. I have my phone. Connor locks the screen sometimes and it drives me crazy. Okay, let's see. Where are they? Okay. You guys are not ready to see these babies. Ready? Look at them. I can't tell if that's clear or not. It does not seem clear. It does not seem to want to focus. That's rude. Okay, is it focused? It doesn't seem like it is, but I don't know why it's not, so. And then this is one of them watching me blend my overnight oats. That's Grackle. She's such a tiny baby. They are not separated from the other cats, no. Behold sometimes what my counter looks like. They live here. It's just what they do. In other words, look at this crazy picture that I took of Mia, guys. She looks like she just lives outside. Well, I mean, she does, but like, look at her. She's like in the wild. Okay, I'm done now. Okay. We have 8 indoor cats now. Okay. Chat, are you ready to go back to cams? We have 4 black cats because that's how it worked out. It was not intentional. It's just what happened. Thank you for hanging out with us and listening to me. 2 torties. And we'll see you guys next time. I'm ready to go back to work. Me too. Cassie is so cute. He's so good. He's so good. I'm sending you guys to live cams. Go watch the animals. I hope you enjoyed your time